Hello everyone and welcome back to Crime Stories for Sleep. Before we begin, I want to let you know that during the first 15 minutes there will only be a few ads, and after that the listening will be completely uninterrupted. I chose to do this to give you a better experience, even though it has greatly reduced the channel's earnings. That's why I'd like to ask for a little support. Subscribe, leave a like, and if you like, let me know in the comments where in the world you ray listening from. These may seem like small gestures, but they ray essential to help the channel grow and allow me to keep bringing you these stories every night. Now lower the volume just a bit, get comfortable, turn off the lights, and let us dive together into tonight's first story. Story 1. The hallway was wrong. That was the first thing Brian noticed when he pushed open the heavy fire door, the one that was always propped open with a brick but tonight was closed. It was the silence that had drawn him, a thick woolen silence that swallowed the distant city hum from his apartment. The hallway, usually a cramped, familiar tunnel of faded floral carpet and beige walls, seemed to have stretched. The distance from the door to the elevator, a sprint he could do in 5 seconds flat, now looked like a mile. The ceiling pressed down lower, the walls leaned in, breathing the stale air of cigarettes and old cooking into his face. It was a trick of the light, he told himself, the single bulb at the far end flickering its sickly yellow pulse. But the feeling remained, a cold stone in his gut. The proportions were off, as if the building had exhaled and forgotten to shrink back to its proper size. He took a step, the carpet, a swampy maroon, swallowed the sound of his sneakers. He was 12, too old to be scared of the dark, too young to understand the specific quality of this particular darkness. It was an occupied darkness. He felt it in the prickle on his neck. Halfway down, the door to 4B was ajar, Mr. Varelli's door. The old man was a lawyer, the kind who didn't keep regular hours and had visitors who wore expensive coats even in the rain. Brian's mother called him a quiet tenant, which was her way of saying she didn't want to know. The gap between the door and its frame was a black slit. From it seeped a smell that was metallic and sweet, a coppery tang that clung to the back of the throat. It was the smell of the time he found a dead pigeon behind the dumpsters, but amplified, richer, 100 times worse. He should have turned back. He should have run to his apartment, locked the door, and buried his head under his pillow. But the wrongness of the hallway held him, and the silence from 4B was a vacuum pulling him forward. He pushed the door, it swung inward without a sound. The living room was a tableau of shadows. A floor lamp was knocked over, its shade crumpled like a discarded hat, casting long, dancing shapes. And in the center of it all, a dark, sprawling stain on the Persian rug, a Rorschach blot of deepest black that seemed to drink the dim light. Beside it, a single gleaming object caught the edge of the flicker from the hall. A fountain pen, gold and obsidian, lying on the floor as if it had rolled from a pocket. Brian's eyes, adjusting, saw the rest. A hand, pale and still, emerging from the shadow of the large leather armchair. He didn't need to see more. His breath hitched, a small, trapped animal sound. A floorboard creaked, not from the apartment, but from the wrong hallway behind him. A heavy, deliberate step, then another. Brian didn't think. He moved on an instinct older than fear. He darted into the apartment, his small frame sliding behind the thick velvet curtains of the bay window. The fabric smelled of dust and old sun. He pulled his knees to his chest, making himself as small as possible, a fossil in stone. The footsteps entered the room. There were 2 of them. They didn't speak. Their presence was a physical pressure, a change in the room's atmosphere. He heard the rustle of clothing, the soft thud of something being moved. A low, guttural voice, devoid of emotion, said, "The list isn't here." The other voice, higher, almost reedy, replied, "He wouldn't have it on him. He was too smart for that. The boss wouldn't like it. The boss never likes it. Clean it up fast." Brian held his breath. The metallic smell was inside him now, coating his lungs. He heard a wet, dragging sound, the zip of a heavy bag, the casual, efficient sounds of a chore being done. He squeezed his eyes shut, but the images were burned on the back of his eyelids, the skewed lamp, the dark stain, the glint of the pen. And the words, the list, the boss, they meant nothing and everything. After an eternity, the sounds ceased. The pressure in the room lifted. The footsteps retreated down the wrong hallway, and the heavy fire door at the end clicked shut. Silence returned, deeper and more profound than before, now filled with the ghost of what had been taken. He didn't know how long he stayed there, trembling in the dusty dark. When he finally uncurled, his legs were stiff with cold and terror. The living room was empty. The stain was gone. The rug looked almost normal, just a darker, damp patch. The lamp was upright. It was as if nothing had happened, but it had. He had seen it. He had heard them. And as he crept back into the hall, which had snapped back to its normal, shabby dimensions, he saw it, the pen. It was lying just inside the doorway, half hidden by the scuff of the door. Without thinking, he scooped it up. It was cold and surprisingly heavy in his hand. He shoved it deep into the pocket of his jeans, where it felt like a stolen piece of a star, burning a hole through the denim. The days that followed were a blur of fractured normality. He told his mother, Laura, a woman whose face was a delicate map of past worries, that he had a bad dream. She de-smoothed his hair, her hands fluttering like nervous birds, and made him hot chocolate, but she saw the change in him. The way he jumped at the slamming of a car door, the way his eyes would fix on the apartment door's lock for minutes at a time. The world had become a thin pane of glass, and he had seen the cracks. The men came for him on a Tuesday afternoon. They didn't look like movie gangsters. They wore dark, nondescript jackets and had the calm, patient faces of men who waited for buses. They were standing by a black sedan with unnaturally clean tires as he walked home from school. One of them, a man with a jaw like a cinder block, took a step toward him. "Hey, kid, we need to talk about your neighbor." Brian ran. He didn't think, he just ran, his backpack slamming against his spine, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He cut through back alleys, across a busy street, the blare of horns a distant echo. He didn't stop until he was locked in his own bathroom, the cool porcelain of the sink against his forehead. He told his mother about the men, leaving out the part about the pen, which was now hidden inside a vent in his bedroom. Her face went pale, the delicate map tightening into a mask of pure dread. "You didn't see anything, Brian, do you understand? Nothing." But it was too late. The next day, a different kind of car arrived. A government sedan, plain but authoritative. Two men in cheap suits introduced themselves as federal agents. They were polite, their smiles didn't reach their eyes. They took him and his mother to a gray room that smelled of stale coffee and industrial cleaner. They asked questions in soft, relentless voices. "What did you see, Brian? Did you hear any names?" "A list, Brian. Did Mr. Varelli ever mention a list?" He gave them the blurred, dreamlike version. The wrong hallway, the open door, the smell. He left out the voices, the pen. Their friendly masks slipped. One of them, Agent Miller, leaned forward, his voice losing its softness. "A man is dead, son. A very bad man is responsible. We think you have information that can put him away, but you have to give it to us, all of it. Holding back just makes you a target." They wanted to use him as bait, as a key. They offered protection, but it felt like a threat. They would put him in a room with pictures of grim-faced men, asking him to pick out the voices. He would shake his head, his throat tight. It was all a haze, a bad dream. He was protecting the cold, heavy secret in his pocket, though he didn't know why. That was when Deborah Cole entered their lives. She was a lawyer appointed by the court, but she was nothing like the tired public defenders Brian had seen on TV. She was tall, with a stillness about her that seemed to calm the air in a room. Her hair was a dark, untamed cloud, and her eyes, the color of a winter sky, missed nothing. She met them in the same gray room after the agents had left Laura in tears. "They can force you to talk, Brian," she said, her voice low and firm. "And their idea of protection is to put you in a safe house until you ray no longer useful. We ray going to do this differently." She saw the fear in him, the intelligence warring with the urge to disappear. She saw the fragility in Laura, the love that was a strength and a vulnerability. Deborah became their fortress. She moved them from their apartment in the middle of the night to a borrowed room above a friend's bookstore. The air smelled of old paper and glue, a sanctuary of sorts. In the quiet of that room, with the city lights painting patterns on the ceiling, Brian finally told Deborah everything. The stretched hallway, the wet sounds, the two voices, the words about the list and the boss, and the pen. He retrieved it from its hiding place and placed it in her open palm. She held it up to the light. It was a beautiful, sinister object. On the clip, almost too small to see, was an engraving, a stylized A inside a circle. Abraham Varga, Deborah whispered, the name hanging in the room like a verdict. He was a name in the newspapers, a philanthropist, a businessman who owned half the city. He was also the man the feds had been trying to put away for a decade, the boss. The pen was a token, a signature. The list they were looking for was a ledger of his payments to cops, to politicians, to other lawyers. Varelli had been his accountant of crime. And now Abraham Varga knew a 12-year-old boy had stumbled into the heart of his secret. The hunt intensified. It became a symphony of dread, a wrong number phone call that was just heavy breathing, a van that seemed to follow Laura from the grocery store. Deborah fought back with legal motions and sharp words, but the other side didn't play by those rules. Brian's world shrank to the single room, the view from the window, the constant low hum of anxiety. He started to doubt his own memory. Had the hallway really stretched? Had the voices really said those words, or was his mind, fed on fear and television, stitching together a more dramatic story? The line between the real horror and the imagined one began to blur. The climax came on a night of pouring rain. The safe room was no longer safe. Deborah had gotten a tip, a leak from a source deep in the bureaucracy. Varga's people were coming. Now they had to move. The plan was to get to a federal building, to throw themselves on the mercy of the system Deborah so distrusted. It was the only move left. They ran through the rain-slicked streets, three figures huddled under two umbrellas. The city was a painting in shades of gray and neon, reflections swimming on the black asphalt. They were a block from the bright, official lights of the federal building when the black sedan glided to the curb in front of them. The doors opened. The man with the cinder block jaw got out. Another man, taller, thinner, emerged from the other side. They had no umbrellas. The rain plastered their hair to their scalps and dripped from their chins. Deborah stepped in front of Brian and Laura. It's over. There are cameras everywhere here. Cinderblock Jaw smiled, a thin, cruel line. We were just offering the boy a ride. From the shadows of a recessed doorway across the street, a fourth figure emerged. He was an older man dressed in a perfectly tailored overcoat, his silver hair untouched by the rain. Abraham Varga. He didn't look like a monster. He looked like a grandfather, a banker, a man of substance. His eyes found Brian's, and they were flat and ancient, like stones at the bottom of a river. The pen, Brian Varga said, his voice calm, almost kind, carrying easily through the drumming rain. It's a family heirloom. I'd like it back. Brian's hand went to his pocket, where the cold weight had lived for weeks. This was it, the moment everything collapsed, but then a shift, a screech of tires, two other cars, unmarked but unmistakably government-issued, boxed in the black sedan. Agents Miller and his partner erupted from one, guns drawn. The scene froze, a violent tableau under the hissing rain. It's over, Varga, Miller shouted, his voice cracking with triumph. Varga looked from Miller to Brian, and his placid face showed a flicker of something else. Not anger, not fear, annoyance, like a man disturbed during an important meal. His eyes locked with Brian's one last time, and in that look was a universe of threats, a promise that this was not over. Then chaos. A shot rang out, sharp and immense, in the confined street. It was impossible to tell where it came from. Cinderblock Jaw fell, a dark flower blooming on his chest. Laura screamed, pulling Brian down. More shots. Muzzle flashes lit the rain like strobes. Deborah was shouting, pulling them toward the federal building's steps. Brian looked back, his vision tunneling. He saw Abraham Varga, untouched, turning calmly, walking back into the shadows of the doorway from which he came, disappearing as if he were a ghost, a figment of the storm. The aftermath was a quiet, bureaucratic unraveling. There were investigations, hearings, headlines that blared for a day and were forgot. The official story was a triumph. A key witness, protected by a brave lawyer, had led to a confrontation that broke the back of the Varga organization. Several mid-level operatives were arrested. The ledger was never found. Abraham Varga, citing a lack of direct evidence, was never charged. Brian and his mother were given new names, new lives in a small town where the air smelled of cut grass, not of city rain and fear. The proportions of his world were normal, the hallways were the right length, but the wrongness had followed him, internalized. He never saw Deborah Cole again after the final court appearance. She sent one letter. It said only, "Some doors are better left closed. Live your life, Brian." He tried, he grew up, went to school, got a job, but the past was a persistent ghost. The story of that night, the one told in newspapers and court transcripts, felt like a badly dubbed film. The details were all there, but they didn't sync with the memory living in his bones. Had Varga really been there, or was it a trick of the rain and terror? Had the shot that killed the hitman come from the feds, or from Varga's own man, silencing a loose end? Did the list ever exist, or was it just a phantom? A MacGuffin that had set all these lives on a collision course for nothing. He kept the pen, he never showed it to anyone. Sometimes he would take it out and hold it, the cold metal warming in his hand. It was the only solid piece of evidence from that night, the only thing that proved any of it had really happened. But even that certainty began to erode. In the quiet of his new, normal life, the edges of the memory softened, blurred, and dissolved. The stretched hallway became a dream. The voices became echoes from a movie he'd once seen. The man in the rain, Abraham Varga, became a myth he deconstructed to give a face to his childhood fear. The investigation, his own internal one, never reached a verdict. It dissolved into confusion and uncertainty, leaving no clear sense of what really happened. He was left with only the feeling, the cold stone of dread in his gut, and the haunting, oniric certainty that he had been a witness to something immense and terrible, the true shape of which he would never, ever know. He was 34 when he saw the symbol again. It was on a fundraising brochure for a new public library, tucked in the corner of the page below the name of the lead benefactor. The A inside a circle. It was smaller, more refined, but it was the same. His coffee went cold in his hand. The past didn't rush back, it simply materialized around him, solid and suffocating, as if it had been waiting in the walls all along. He spent the afternoon in a quiet frenzy, his computer screen glowing in his tidy, anonymous living room. Abraham Varga was more powerful than ever. The old accusations were ancient history, footnotes in his rise to legitimate prominence. He was a pillar of the community now, a friend to mayors, a man photographed at galas. A week later, a plain manila envelope arrived in his mailbox. There was no return address. Inside was a single sheet of paper, a photocopy of a faded typewritten list, names, dates, amounts. At the top, the heading, Disbursements, AV, and at the bottom, a handwritten note in a familiar, elegant script. Some doors won't stay closed. You have the key, DC. Deborah Cole, she had never really left the game. She had been waiting, too. The pen was in the old lockbox in his closet. He took it out, the weight of it a shock to his system. It wasn't a memory anymore, it was a tool. He unscrewed the barrel. It was stubborn, but it gave. Inside, nestled where the ink cartridge should have been, was a tiny, rolled sliver of microfilm. He held it up to the light, his heart a frantic drum against his ribs. The investigation was not over. His verdict was not yet in. The hallway was stretching again, the proportions of his safe, small world warping back into something vast and dangerous and true. He had to decide whether to step into it or spend the rest of his life wondering what was on the other side. The microfilm was a fragile ghost in his palm, a sliver of solidified past. He didn't have a viewer, didn't know where to get one without drawing attention. The local library, the obvious choice, was now tainted, its new wing a monument to the man he feared. For 3 days, the tiny scroll sat in a sealed envelope taped to the back of a kitchen drawer, a silent accusation every time he reached for a spoon. The list in the manila envelope was a different kind of key. He memorized the names: a police captain who had since retired to Florida, a city councilman now running for Congress, a state prosecutor. These were the ghosts Varga had paid, the foundations upon which his legitimate empire was built. The ledger wasn't a myth, it was a weapon. Deborah's note was the spark. She had sent him this, trusting he would know what to do, or trusting that he was the only one who could. She was out there somewhere, and she had broken a silence of over 20 years to put this in his hands. The feds had failed. The system had failed. This was different. This was a thread, and if he pulled it, the whole tapestry might unravel. He drove to the next town over, to a cramped electronics store that smelled of solder and old magazines. He bought a cheap, pocket-sized microfilm viewer with cash. Back in his car, parked behind a sprawling supermarket, his hands shook as he unboxed it. He slotted the microfilm into the holder and held it up to the dim light from the windshield. The image was crisp, a miniature photograph of a ledger page. It was the same list from the envelope, but more detailed, with account numbers and cryptic reference codes. And there at the very bottom was a final entry different from the others. It wasn't a payment. It was a single name and a date. The date was from 2 weeks after Mr. Varelli's death. The name was Deborah Cole. Next to it was not an amount, but a single word: containment. The air left his lungs. They had gotten to her. After the shootout, after the headlines faded, Varga's organization had identified her as the threat and had neutralized her, not with a bullet, but with a payment. Was that why she had disappeared? Had she been bought off? Or was it a payoff to someone else to ensure her silence, to make her look the other way? The note she sent him, was it an act of redemption or part of some deeper, more dangerous game? The certainty he had felt moments before shattered into 1,000 glittering, sharp-edged questions. He couldn't trust the list. He couldn't trust Deborah. He could only trust the cold, sick feeling in his stomach, the one he had carried since he was 12. He started the car, the viewer and its damning secret on the passenger seat. He didn't know where he was going, only that he was moving, that the static safety of his life was now a prison he had to break out of. The investigation was his alone now, and the first piece of evidence pointed not at the enemy, but at the one person he thought was on his side. He had to find her. He had to find Deborah Cole and ask her what containment really meant. The rain began to fall, a soft, steady patter on the car roof. He drove without a destination, the suburban streets blurring into a smear of green lawns and identical mailboxes. He needed a plan, a next step, but his mind was a whirlpool of betrayal and fear. Containment. The word echoed, cold and clinical. It could mean anything from a bribe to a threat to something far worse. Had she been working for Varga all along? Was her defense of them just an elaborate act to control the situation, to keep the pen and its secret contained until the heat died down? He found himself on the outskirts of town, parked near a quiet park where a solitary man was walking a dog. The normalcy of the scene felt like an insult. He pulled out his phone, his fingers hovering over the screen. A search for Deborah Cole yielded nothing. No law firm, no social media, no digital footprint at all. It was as if she had been erased, which he supposed was exactly what containment might achieve. The only link was the postmark on the envelope. It was blurred, but he could make out the city name, Havenport. It was a 3-hour drive away, a mid-sized city with a busy port, a place with enough shadows for a person to disappear. It was a thread, thin and fragile, but it was the only one he had. He didn't go home. He drove to a chain motel on the highway, paying for one night with the last of his cash. He lay on the stiff bed, the microfilm viewer and the pen on the nightstand beside him. He thought about his mother, safe in her new life, believing the past was buried. He couldn't involve her. This was his ghost to confront. The next morning he emptied his savings account, the teller's cheerful small talk a surreal counterpoint to the tremor in his hands. He bought a cheap, prepaid phone from a big box store. Then he began the drive to Havenport. The city greeted him with a damp, salty wind and the groan of container ships. It felt like the right kind of place for secrets. He found a library branch far from the waterfront and used a public computer to search local property records. Nothing under Deborah Cole. He tried business licenses, court filings. It was a dead end. Frustration curdled into desperation. He went to an old, weathered bar near the docks, a place that looked like it had seen its share of quiet deals. He ordered a beer he didn't want and showed the bartender, a grizzled man with a tattooed forearm, the symbol from the pen which he'd sketched on a napkin. "Ever see this before?" he asked, trying to sound casual. The bartender squinted, then wiped the counter with a damp cloth. "Maybe you a cop." "No." "Then you should finish your drink and move on. Symbols like that, they're not for tourists." It was the first confirmation that the symbol still had power, that it meant something here in this city. He left the bar, his heart thumping. He walked for hours through commercial districts and quiet residential streets, his eyes scanning for the symbol, for any sign. It felt hopeless. As dusk settled, he found himself in a neighborhood of converted warehouses, now art galleries and loft apartments. And there it was, etched discreetly on a brass plaque beside a heavy oak door, the A inside a circle. It was the logo for Ethelred Holdings. The building was silent, its windows dark. He was staring, paralyzed, when a voice spoke from the shadows of a nearby alley. "I told you to move on." It was the bartender. He stepped into the dim light, his expression grim. "Asking questions about that symbol is a good way to get hurt. You need to forget you ever saw it." Brian's mouth was dry. "I can't. I need to find someone. A woman named Deborah Cole." The man's eyes changed. The professional warning faded, replaced by a flicker of something else: surprise, maybe pity. He looked up and down the street, then back at Brian. "Cole's gone," he said, his voice low. "She asked the same questions you're asking, about Ethelred, about Varga. She was digging too deep." "What happened to her?" Brian's voice was a whisper. The bartender shook his head. "Don't know, she just vanished, about 6 months ago." He leaned closer, the smell of beer and brine on his clothes. "Listen to me, there's a place, the Mariner's Rest, down on Pier 7. Ask for Leo. Tell him Silas sent you. And then, for your own sake, get out of this city." Before Brian could respond, the man turned and melted back into the alley, leaving him alone on the sidewalk, the engraved plaque seeming to glow in the fading light. The investigation had just gotten a name and a destination, and he knew with a cold, sinking certainty that Deborah hadn't sent him the list to clear her name. She had sent it because she was already gone, and he was the only one left who could finish what she started. The Mariner's Rest was less a rest and more a last resort. It was a shack perched on creosote-soaked pilings at the end of Pier 7, the air thick with the stink of dead fish and diesel. The windows were grimy, and the sound of lapping, oily water echoed underneath the floorboards. Brian pushed the door open, a bell jangling a tired, tinny alarm. The inside was a single room, a bar made from splintered driftwood and a few mismatched tables. An old man with a face like a weathered ship's figurehead was behind the bar, polishing a glass with a dirty rag. He was Leo. He didn't look up as Brian approached. "Silas sent me," Brian said, the words feeling absurd in the heavy silence. Leo stopped polishing. He set the glass down and finally looked at Brian. His eyes were a pale, watery blue, and they held no warmth. "Silas talks too much. What do you want?" "I'm looking for a woman, Deborah Cole." Leo's expression didn't change. "Don't know her." "She was asking about Ethelred, about Varga. She vanished 6 months ago." "Lots of people vanish in Havenport. It's a port city. People come and go." He picked up another glass, his movements slow and deliberate, a dismissal. Brian felt the opportunity slipping away. He had one card left to play. He reached into his pocket and placed the pen on the driftwood bar. It lay there, a sleek, dark anomaly in the shabby room. Leo's eyes dropped to it. For a long moment he was perfectly still. Then, with a sigh that seemed to carry the weight of the ocean, he put the glass down. "You shouldn't have that, and you definitely shouldn't be showing it to people." "Silas said you could help." "Silas is a romantic, thinks old stories have happy endings." Leo leaned forward, his voice dropping to a gravelly whisper. Deborah Cole was a brave woman, stupid but brave. She came here same as you, flashing that symbol, asking questions. She found a thread and she pulled it. What thread? Brian asked, his heart hammering. A name, a bookkeeper who got a conscience, a man who knew where the real bodies were buried, both the kind in the ground and the kind in ledgers. Leo's eyes darted toward the door, then back to Brian. She was meeting him, the night she disappeared. Do you know his name? Leo shook his head. No, and you don't want to. Cole had a partner, someone on the inside. That's who set up the meeting. That's who sold her out. The word containment burned in Brian's mind. Was the partner the one who had been paid? Was that how Varga had contained her? Where? Brian pressed. Where was the meeting? Leo stared at him, a long, appraising look. He was weighing Brian's life in his hands. The old cannery, Warehouse District B, at the end of the northernmost pier. It's a place for things that are no longer useful. He picked up the pen and held it out to Brian. Take this and get out of this city. Tonight, whatever you think you're looking for, it's not worth it. Cole is gone. The bookkeeper is gone. You'll be gone, too. Brian took the pen, its metal now warm, from the old man's hand. Why are you telling me this? Because I like Deborah Cole, Leo said, his voice flat. And I don't want to have to like your memory, too. Now get out. Brian walked out of the Mariner's Rest, the damp wind biting through his jacket, the northernmost pier. He looked down the long, dark length of the waterfront, a forest of cranes and shadows. He had a location. He had the next piece. He stood there on the edge of the pier, the city lights reflecting on the black water. He could get in his car and drive back to his cut-grass life, back to the safety of not knowing. He could let the investigation dissolve again into uncertainty. But he knew he wouldn't. The hallway had stretched too far. He had already stepped inside. He started walking toward the warehouse district, the pen a heavy secret in his fist, the ghost of Deborah Cole a silent companion at his side. He was going to the cannery. The warehouse district was a graveyard of industry, a grid of crumbling asphalt and hulking, rust-streaked buildings. The northernmost pier was the farthest, the most isolated, a skeletal finger of concrete stretching into the black, restless water. The old cannery stood at its end, a monstrous silhouette against the bruised night sky. Most of its windows were boarded or shattered, and the chain-link fence surrounding it was peeled back in one corner like a torn scab. He slipped through the gap, the wind whipping at his clothes, carrying the mournful cry of a foghorn from the harbor. The main door was a slab of corroded metal, slightly ajar. He pushed it open, the groan of its hinges lost in the wind. Inside, the scale of the emptiness was suffocating. It was a cathedral of decay, vast and dark. The high ceiling was lost in shadow, and the air was thick with the ghosts of salt and rust. Moonlight filtered through broken panes high above, painting silver stripes on the grimy floor. He stood still, listening. Only the wind, whistling through gaps in the walls, and the drip, drip, drip of water from some leaking pipe. He pulled the small flashlight from his pocket, its beam a frail lance in the immense dark. It swept over conveyor belts frozen in time, over giant metal vats stained with dark, unidentifiable residues. This was the place. He could feel it. This was where Deborah Cole had come to meet her fate. He moved deeper into the cavernous space, his footsteps echoing. He didn't know what he was looking for, a sign, a clue, anything Leo's bookkeeper might have left behind or that Deborah might have dropped in a struggle. The beam of his light caught a glint of something on the floor near a stack of rotting wooden pallets. He knelt. It was a small, silver hair clip, simple and elegant. It was clean, free of the pervasive grime. It had not been here for long. His breath caught Deborah. A soft scuff of a shoe on concrete echoed from the far end of the building. He snapped off his light, plunging himself into absolute blackness. His heart hammered against his ribs. He wasn't alone. Cole, a voice called out, a low, cautious baritone. It wasn't Leo. It was younger, laced with a nervous tension. That you're early. Brian stayed silent, pressed against the cold metal of a vat. This was the partner, the one who had sold her out. He was here waiting for her, or for a signal that the containment had failed. "I got your message," the man continued, his voice closer now. "Said you had the rest of the files, said we could finish this." A flashlight beam cut through the darkness, sweeping erratically across the floor. "Come on, Deb, let's just do this and get paid. Vargas' men are gonna be here soon for the handoff. We don't have much time." The words hit Brian like a physical blow. The partner thought Deborah was alive. He thought she was here to complete the deal, to hand over whatever she had dug up in exchange for the money Varga had promised for her silence. Containment. It was a buyout. She had been turned. But she hadn't come. She had sent Brian instead. She hadn't been bought. She had been playing a deeper game, using the only asset she had left him to expose the corruption from the outside. The list she sent wasn't just evidence against Varga. It was a map to this moment, to this traitor. The man's light swept over Brian's hiding place. He froze. "Who's there?" the voice snapped, sharp with fear. The light fixed on him. "You're not Cole." Brian stood up, his hands raised. "She sent me." The man stepped into a patch of moonlight. He was in his 40s, with a sharp, anxious face and a cheap suit. He held a pistol, its barrel wavering slightly. "Who are you?" "The witness," Brian said, the word feeling true for the first time. "From the Varelli hit." The man's eyes widened in recognition and panic. "The kid, that's impossible." He glanced toward the door, expecting Varga's men. "What did she tell you?" "Everything," Brian lied, his voice steadier than he felt. "She told me about the bookkeeper, about the meeting, about you." The man's composure cracked. She was supposed to take the deal. It was all set, a new life, enough money to disappear. Why would she send you? "Because some things can't be bought," Brian said, and in that moment he believed it completely. Headlights swept across the boarded-up windows, casting long, moving bars of light through the cannery. Tires crunched on gravel outside. Vargas' men were here. The partner swore, his face a mask of terror. He looked from Brian to the door, then back. The gun in his hand shook. "You've killed us both," he whispered. The main door groaned as it was pushed fully open. Two silhouettes stood framed in the entrance, backlit by the headlights of a black sedan. The partner made his choice. He turned his gun toward the newcomers and fired a wild shot. The report was deafening in the enclosed space. The response was immediate and precise. Two muted cracks, and the partner was thrown backward, collapsing onto the concrete without a sound. Brian dropped to the floor, scrambling behind the metal vat as the two men advanced, their footsteps measured and calm. They fanned out, professional and efficient. They were there to tie up the loose end, to collect the files they thought Deborah was bringing. Now they had a second, unexpected problem. He was trapped. The only way out was the water. A large, rusted hatch was set into the floor a few feet away, probably an old waste chute or loading door for the boats that once pulled alongside the pier. He crawled toward it, his heart in his throat. The metal ring was cold and rough in his hands. He pulled. It didn't move, sealed shut by years of corrosion. A flashlight beam found him. There, a voice said, flat and devoid of emotion. Brian heaved with all his strength, a desperate final effort. With a shriek of protesting metal, the hatch gave way, swinging open to reveal the black, churning water below. He didn't hesitate. As the first shot ricocheted off the vat behind him, he dropped through the opening, plunging into the icy, shocking embrace of the harbor. The cold was a knife, the darkness absolute. He kicked downward, away from the silvery light of the hatch, into the deep, unknown dark. The investigation was not over. It had just begun again in the coldest, most elemental way possible. He was in the water now, and he had to swim. The shock of the water stole his breath. It was a cold so profound it felt like fire on his skin. He forced his limbs to move, kicking away from the dim outline of the cannery's pilings down into the deeper, safer blackness. His clothes were anchors, his shoes leaden. He surfaced for a single, gasping breath, far from the hatch, just as a flashlight beam cut the water where he'd been. He heard a muffled curse from above. He dove again, swimming with the current, letting it pull him along the length of the pier. His mind was a frantic, single-purpose engine: survive, get to shore, disappear. He emerged minutes later, hauling himself onto a slimy boat ramp several hundred yards away, his body shaking uncontrollably. He vomited salt water, his lungs burning. The cannery was a silent monument in the distance. No one was following. To them, he was probably already a corpse, claimed by the cold and the currents. He stripped off his sodden jacket and shirt, leaving them in a heap. The pen was still clutched in his frozen hand. He had lost everything else. His wallet, his phone, his car keys, all at the bottom of the harbor or back in his car near the Mariner's Rest. He was a non-person, wet and shivering in a city that had just tried to kill him. He moved through the night like a ghost, sticking to back alleys and unlit streets. The few people he passed averted their eyes, unwilling to acknowledge the shambling, half-dressed man. He needed shelter, warmth, and a way to think. He found it in an all-night laundromat, its fluorescent lights buzzing, the air thick with the smell of cheap detergent and fabric softener. It was empty. He sat on a cracked plastic chair in a corner, his arms wrapped around himself, the pen digging into his palm. The partner was dead, the bookkeeper was gone, Deborah was vanished. The only lead he had now was the name the partner had let slip in his panic. Varelli. The hit he had witnessed as a child was the core of this. It was the original sin. Varga had built an empire on that moment, and someone somewhere had the proof. Deborah had found a thread, a bookkeeper with a conscience. That bookkeeper had to be connected to Varelli. When dawn broke, painting the grimy streets in a pale, weak light, he left the laundromat. He needed a computer. The public library was his only option. He waited for it to open, blending in with a small crowd of homeless people and students. Inside, he found a terminal in a secluded corner. His fingers, still stiff with cold, typed the name: Varelli. The articles were old, from 2 decades ago. A small-time enforcer, gunned down in a seemingly random act of violence. The case was never solved. There was a photo of the crime scene, the same alley that was burned into his memory. And there was a photo of Varelli himself, a young man with a sharp suit and a sharper smile. Brian stared at the face, searching for a flicker of recognition, but there was none. This was just a ghost. He searched for anyone connected to Varelli. Family, associates, most were dead or in prison. But one name appeared in a few of the older articles, a business partner from before Varelli dove deep into the underworld, a man named Arthur Pender. Pender had been questioned but never charged. He had since gone straight, building a legitimate import-export business, Pender Enterprises. Brian looked up the address. It was in a respectable part of the city, a mid-rise office building with a glass front. It was a long shot, a thread so thin it was almost invisible. But the bookkeeper had to be someone with access, someone who knew the inner workings. An old partner who went straight would have the knowledge and maybe the guilt. He spent the day in a haze, scavenging enough change from a fountain to buy a cheap pastry, his mind racing. He had no plan, no weapons, no allies. He had only the pen and a desperate theory. As evening fell, he stood across the street from the Pender Enterprises building, watching the employees leave. He saw him finally through the glass doors. Arthur Pender was a man in his late 60s, trim, with a full head of silver hair and a confident stride. He looked every inch the successful, legitimate businessman. He got into a chauffeured car and was driven away. Brian followed on foot, a distant, hopeless shadow. The car didn't go to a fancy restaurant or a club. It wound its way into the oldest part of the city, the historic district, and stopped in front of a nondescript brick townhouse. It wasn't Pender's ostentatious home, which Brian had looked up earlier. This was something else, a safe house, an office. He watched from the shadows as Pender got out and let himself in. A light went on in a second-floor window. Brian waited, the night deepening around him. An hour passed, then the door opened again and Pender emerged, but he wasn't alone. He was with a woman, her arm linked in his as they walked to the car. She was turned away, laughing at something he said. Then she turned her head, her profile caught in the glow of a street lamp. Brian's blood went cold. It was Deborah Cole. She was alive, the world tilted on its axis. The woman he had been chasing, the ghost whose memory had pulled him back from a quiet life, was here. She was not in a shallow grave. She was not at the bottom of the harbor. She was smiling, her face animated and calm, walking arm in arm with the man who was supposed to be her target, her key to exposing Varga. The car pulled away, its tail lights disappearing around a corner. Brian stood frozen, the image of her face seared into his mind. It made no sense. Leo's story, the partner-esque panic in the cannery, the entire narrative of a brave investigator hunted down for getting too close. It was all wrong, or it was a lie. He looked up at the townhouse. The light was still on. A caretaker, a guard, he had to know. He crossed the street, his movements numb and automatic. The lock on the front door was a simple deadbolt. He used the metal body of the pen, jiggling it in the mechanism with a frantic, desperate energy until the bolt slid back with a solid thunk. The inside was sparsely furnished, clean, but with a sterile, temporary feel. It was a place for meetings, not for living. He climbed the stairs to the second floor, to the room where the light shone from under the door. He turned the knob and stepped inside. It was an office, a single desk, a laptop, a filing cabinet, and on the walls, pinned with a meticulous, obsessive care, were photographs, maps, and timelines. His own face stared back at him from a grainy, blown-up photograph taken outside his old apartment. There were pictures of Silas, of Leo, of the dead partner from the cannery. A red string connected his photo to a map of the city, with a line drawn from the Mariner's Rest to the old cannery. It was a map of his own investigation. He was not the hunter, he was the prey being led. He yanked open the filing cabinet. The top drawer was filled with financial records, shell companies, transfers of large sums of money. The second drawer held personnel files. He flipped through them, his hands trembling, and then he found it, his own file. It was thin. A copy of his discharge papers from the military, his old address, a psychological evaluation, and a single typewritten note attached to the front. Asset, highly suggestible, guilt-ridden, ideal for activation. He stumbled back, the file falling from his hands. The list she had sent him, the coded message, the plea for help, it was all a script. He was an asset. She had activated him. He had been played from the very beginning. A soft sound came from the doorway. He turned. Deborah Cole stood there, not in the elegant coat from moments before, but in dark, practical clothing. She held a small, silenced pistol pointed at the floor. Her expression was not the warm, laughing one from the street. It was cool, analytical, and utterly devoid of surprise. "You're earlier than I projected," she said, her voice calm. "The water must have been colder than I calculated. It usually takes assets another 12 hours to regroup." Brian could only stare, the betrayal of physical sickness in his gut. Why? "Varga is a problem," she said, stepping fully into the room and closing the door behind her. "But he's a useful problem. He controls the port, the unions, the city council. A direct assault was never the plan. He needed a shake-up, a catalyst." "Me," Brian whispered. "You were perfect, a witness to the Varelli hit, the one piece of living evidence that could connect Varga to his first, most clumsy murder. Your reappearance, your investigation, it created chaos. It made Varga nervous. It made him make mistakes. It forced him to expose his network to clean house. The partner you met in the cannery, he was skimming. He was a problem for both of us. You delivered him to Varga's cleaners, and they tidied him up for me. And Leo, Silas. Useful idiots, believers in the cause. They served their purpose by pointing you in the right direction." She gestured with the gun toward the wall of evidence. "You've been very effective, Brian. You've gathered more in a week than I could have in 6 months. Now it's time to consolidate." She took a step forward. "The pen, please." He clutched it in his pocket. It was the only real thing he had left. What's in it? A tracker. A microphone and a transmitter. I heard every word. I heard Leo give you the location. I heard the partner confess. It's all here. She tapped the laptop. Irrefutable evidence. Now the pen. He understood then the final, brutal elegance of her plan. He was the loose end, the unstable asset. His death, following the trail she laid, would be the final, tragic piece of the story. It would cement the narrative of a brave investigation crushed by Varga's brutality, a narrative she would then use to seize control of his empire from the inside, with Pender as her new, legitimate front. He looked at her, this architect of his ruin, and felt a terrible clarity. You're not trying to bring him down, you're trying to take his place. She gave a small, cold smile. The world isn't divided into good people and bad people, Brian. It's divided into winners and everyone else. Now, the pen. He knew she would kill him the moment he handed it over. He had one move left, a move born not of strategy, but of sheer, desperate survival. He let his shoulders slump, feigning defeat. He slowly pulled the pen from his pocket. And as he held it out, he let it slip from his fingers. It clattered to the floor, rolling under the desk. It was a childish, hopeless gambit, but it made her look down for a split second, her eyes tracking the rolling pen. He lunged, not for her, but for the laptop on the desk. He snatched it up and with all his strength hurled it through the second-floor window. The glass exploded outwards in a cascade of shards, the computer spinning end over end into the night before crashing onto the pavement below. Her composure shattered with the window. A raw, furious snarl escaped her lips as she raised the pistol. But he was already moving, bolting for the door, down the stairs, and out into the cool night air. He didn't look back. He ran not from Varga's men, but from the woman who had created him, the ghost who was far more real and far more dangerous than he had ever imagined. He had no evidence, no allies, no plan. All he had was the truth, and it was a weapon he had no idea how to use. The sound of the gunshot never came. He had expected it, the sharp, final crack that would end his flight in the middle of the empty street. But there was only the sound of his own ragged breathing and the pounding of his heart in his ears. He risked a glance back as he rounded a corner. The townhouse was dark and silent. She wasn't following. Of course she wasn't. She was a professional. Chasing a panicked man through the streets was messy, unpredictable. She would have a different plan, a cleaner one. She would know he had nowhere to go. He was a ghost with a face, a man whose entire existence had been a carefully constructed lie. The police would pick him up for vagrancy, or Varga's men would find him, or one of her assets would quietly usher him into a waiting car. He was a dead man running. He ran until his lungs felt like they were full of shattered glass, finally collapsing in a narrow alley behind a row of dumpsters. The stench of rotting food was overwhelming, but it was a hiding place. He curled into a ball, his mind reeling through the gallery of betrayals. Leo's earnest face, the partner's terrified eyes, Deborah's cold smile. He had been a puppet, and everyone had held a string. The laptop, he had thrown it out the window. It was a desperate, destructive act, but it had bought him this moment. It was her evidence, her leverage. Without it, she was vulnerable. She had the recordings from the pen, but the physical files in that cabinet, the financial trails, they were gone, scattered on the pavement or in his possession. He had his file. He pulled the crumpled papers from his waistband where he'd stuffed them. Asset, highly suggestible. The words burned. He had to move. This alley was a trap. He needed to get off the streets. He thought of the only person who might, just might, be outside of this. Silas, the old reporter, had been used just like him. He was a believer, and believers were dangerous to people like Deborah. They couldn't be controlled, only eliminated. It took him over an hour to navigate the back ways to Silas's neighborhood, a world away from Pender's polished offices. The house was dark, but a faint blue glow flickered from a basement window. He went to the back, to the basement door, and knocked softly, then more insistently. After a long minute, the door creaked open a few inches, the chain lock still on. Silas's wary eye peered out. It widened in shock. "Kid, I thought you were." "Dead," Brian finished, his voice hoarse. "So did I. Let me in, Silas, please." Silas undid the chain and pulled him inside, quickly locking the door behind him. The basement was a cluttered cave, smelling of old paper and coffee. A news broadcast played silently on an ancient television. "What in God's name happened? I heard about the cannery." There was a shooting. They fished a body out of the water, but it wasn't you. It was the partner, Brian said, sinking into a worn armchair. The one who was supposed to meet Deborah. She set him up. She set me up. She set you up. He told him everything, the plunge into the harbor, the discovery of Pender, the sight of Deborah, the office with its wall of lies. Silas listened in stunned silence, his face growing paler and more grim with each revelation. When Brian finished, the old man simply stared at the silent television for a full minute. "Cole," he finally whispered, "I knew she was sharp, but this is a work of art. She played the city. She played us all." "She's not trying to expose Varga," Brian said. "She's trying to become him. My investigation was just housekeeping for her, getting rid of the unreliable people." Silas stood up and began to pace, his limp pronounced. "Then the list she gave you, the evidence. It's real, but it's a weapon for her, not for the courts." "It was," Brian said. "The core of it was on that laptop. I broke it." A slow, grim smile spread across Silas's face. "You broke it, you beautiful, stupid kid. You just declared war." He stopped pacing and looked at Brian, a new light in his eyes. "She's vulnerable now. She's lost her primary leverage. She'll have copies, of course, backups, but the originals, the thing she was going to use to blackmail Varga's entire organization into submission, that's gone. She has to be scrambling." "What do we do?" Brian asked, the "we" feeling foreign and fragile on his tongue. "We," Silas chuckled, a dry, rasping sound. "We don't do anything. You need to disappear, for real this time. I have a cousin upstate, a quiet place. You can." "No," Brian said, the word quiet but absolute. He stood up, meeting Silas's gaze. "I'm done running. I spent my whole life running from that alley. She used that. She used my guilt, my need to make it right. I'm not running anymore." "Then you'll die," Silas said flatly. "Maybe, but I'm not her asset anymore. She activated me, and now I'm a free agent." He looked around the cluttered basement, at the stacks of old newspapers, the ghosts of stories past. "You said it yourself. She's vulnerable. She needs to rebuild her evidence, or she needs to move before Varga realizes what's happened. We have to get to Varga first." Silas stared at him, a mixture of fear and admiration on his face. "You want to walk into the lion's den. He'll have you killed on sight." "Not if I bring him a gift," Brian said. "Not if I bring him the one thing he wants more than my dead body. The name of the person who is trying to steal his empire from under his nose. Deborah Cole." The room was silent except for the low hum of the television. Silas slowly nodded, the journalist in him overriding the voice of caution. "It's the only play. It's a suicide mission, but it's the only play." He walked to a locked metal cabinet in the corner and fumbled with a key. He opened it and pulled out a small, boxy cell phone. A burner, untraceable. Varga's security is impenetrable, but he has a public-facing lawyer, a fixer named Anya Petrova. She's the only way in. "Her number is unlisted, but I have it." He scribbled a number on a scrap of paper and handed it to Brian. "You call her. You tell her you have information on the attempted coup within Varga's organization. You tell her you'll only speak to Varga himself. She'll listen." Brian took the phone and the paper. His hand was steady. The fear was still there, a cold knot in his stomach, but it was different now. It was focused. He was no longer a piece being moved on a board. He was a player making his own desperate, likely final move. He dialed the number. It rang twice before a calm, female voice answered. "Yes." "My name is Brian," he said, his voice clear and low. "I was the witness to the Varelli hit, and I need to speak to Mr. Varga. I know who's coming for his throne." Story 2. The first thing that hit him was the smell. It was a metallic scent, coppery and thick, layered over something else, something chemical and faintly burnt, like an electrical fire after the flames have died. It was the smell of a struggle given form, a ghost of violence that had seeped into the very plaster of the old manor house. Elmer stood just inside the doorway of the library, his senses recoiling from the odor even as his mind began its meticulous catalogue. He was a practical man built for details, for the quiet assembly of facts into a structure that could bear weight. This smell was not a fact yet, it was a presence. Charlie Ray was already in the room, a still point in the chaos. He moved not like a man investigating a space, but like a man listening to it. His eyes, the color of a winter sky, took in everything and gave nothing back. He was a rationalist in a world that delighted in the irrational, a man who believed a ghost was just a story that hadn't been properly disproven. He knelt by the great oak desk, not touching anything, his gaze fixed on a dark, sticky stain that had soaked into the Persian rug. The stain was shaped like a ragged continent, its shores lapping against the clawed foot of the desk. They had been summoned to the edge of the world, or so it felt. The train from the city ended 60 miles back, and the final leg was by a rattling motorcar over roads that were little more than sheep tracks. The moor stretched out from the gates of Blackwater House, a vast, breathing entity of peat and fog. It was a spectral landscape, where the line between earth and sky blurred into a perpetual, damp twilight. The locals in the village, a clutch of stone cottages huddled against the wind, had spoken only in whispers of the Kalich, a creature of local legend, a demon of the mist that was said to drag the unwary into the bog. They said it had returned for the Blackwater heirs, as it did every generation, to claim its due. The current heir was Edward Blackwater, a young man who seemed to be made of the same fragile stuff as the fine china that lined the cabinets of his ancestral home. He sat now in the drawing room, his hands trembling around a glass of brandy he did not drink. His eyes were wide, the pupils dilated with a fear that was older than he was. "My father," he said, his voice a thin reed. He would never have. He was careful. He believed in the curse. He was always so careful. The father, Lord Alistair Blackwater, was missing. The library was the last place he had been seen. The metallic chemical smell was his only eulogy. The local doctor, a man named Denham, had been the one to find the scene. He was a tall, gaunt man with fingers stained yellow at the tips from tobacco and a manner that was both officious and vague. He had pronounced the library a place of foul play, had sent for the city detectives, and now hovered at the periphery, a keeper of secrets both medical and mundane. He spoke of Lord Alistair's heart condition, his nerves, the strain of the family legacy. "It is a great tragedy," he said, his voice a low, smooth murmur. "The moor can play tricks on the mind. The legends here they have a weight." Charlie Ray did not look at the doctor. He was looking at the window. It was locked from the inside. The only door was the one they had entered. The room was a perfect, impossible box. Days bled into one another, each as gray and damp as the last. The investigation was a slow, grinding process of interviews and observations. Elmer took notes in his precise, unhurried script. He spoke to the housemaid, a girl with fearful eyes who swore she heard scratching at the library window that night, a sound like claws on glass. He spoke to the groundskeeper, an old man with a face like a weathered rock, who muttered about lights out on the moor, will-o'-the-wisps that led men to their doom. He wrote it all down, the superstitions and the facts, and presented them to Charlie Ray each evening in the small, firelit study they had been given. Charlie Ray would listen, his chair tilted back, his gaze fixed on the ceiling as if the answers were written in the water stains there. He dismissed nothing and believed even less. The legend of the Kalich was a tool, he said one night, his voice quiet in the hushed room. Fear is a weapon, it obscures motive and method. Someone is using the old stories, someone who knows this family, this place. The tension in Blackwater House was a palpable thing, a cold draft that seeped under the doors. Edward Blackwater grew more pale, more withdrawn, jumping at every creak of the old house's bones. He began to speak of the creature, not as a story, but as a memory. He described it in a feverish whisper to Elmer one evening, its form a shifting thing of shadow and mist, its eyes like smoldering peat, the smell of damp earth and decay that followed it. He was not describing a legend. He was describing a ghost that haunted him in his waking hours. Dr. Denham was often at Edward's side, a calming, somber presence. He prescribed sedatives. He spoke of the psychological burden of inheritance. He was, Elmer noted, the only person besides themselves who moved through the house with any semblance of authority. He had a key to every room, a knowledge of every family secret whispered in the sick room or the confessional of his surgery. The breakthrough came not from a person, but from the moor itself. Charlie Ray insisted on walking the perimeter of the estate each day, no matter the weather. He was a dark, solitary figure against the immense, brooding landscape. On the third day, he found something. Half buried in a peat hag, sheltered by a lip of granite, was a cache. A can of kerosene, a pair of heavy wool gloves, and a complex device of leather straps and metal blades that looked like something from a medieval torturer-esque kit, but was, on closer inspection, a set of oversized, articulated claws. Elmer held one of the claws. It was cold and heavy in his hand. The metal was scuffed, and caught in the joint was a single, coarse thread of dark wool, the same wool as Dr. Denham's favorite smoking jacket. They did not confront him immediately. The rational detective built his case like a mason laying bricks. He had Elmer check the doctor's purchase records at the village chemist. Kerosene ordered for a generator the doctor claimed to own, but which was nowhere to be found. He had the housekeeper confirm the doctor's movements on the night Lord Alistair vanished. A late-night call to the manor, a long, private conversation in the library. The pieces clicked into place with a quiet, final logic. The revelation was not delivered in a dramatic drawing-room confrontation. Charlie Ray simply laid it out for Edward Blackwater in that same small study, his tone as dry and factual as an accountant's report. Dr. Denham's first name was Jonas. He was the illegitimate son of Lord Alistair's own brother, disinherited and forgotten. The Blackwater fortune, tied up in entails and ancient trusts, would have passed him by forever. But with Alistair gone and the fragile Edward driven to suicide by fear of the family curse, the line would be broken. The estate would be sold, and Jonas Denham, with the money he had slowly embezzled over years of loyal service, was the only plausible, prepared buyer. He used the legend you all feared, Charlie Ray said, his voice devoid of judgment. The chemical smell was from a compound he created to mimic the scent of ozone and blood released into the library fireplace flue. The locked room was a simple trick with a length of wire and a key. The creature was himself, draped in a treated canvas that absorbed the light, wearing those claws, using his knowledge of the moors and his access to the house to make you see what you most dreaded. Your father is in the deep peat, Edward. Where the Cailleach was said to dwell, Jonas put him there. They took Jonas Denham as he tried to flee across the moor, his bag filled with money and the deeds to the property. He offered no resistance, only a cold, contemptuous silence. The law, a distant, abstract force, would take him away. The story for the villagers would become a new legend, a tale of a man who tried to become a monster. Weeks later, the papers had been signed, the estate was settling into a quiet managed by solicitors, and they were preparing to leave. Edward Blackwater seemed to have found a sliver of peace, a strength born of survival. The fog had lifted from the moor, revealing a landscape of stark, breathtaking beauty. It was over. On their final morning, Elmer was in the library, ensuring they had left nothing behind. The metallic, burnt smell was gone, replaced by the scent of beeswax and old paper. The room was just a room again. As he turned to leave, his foot caught on a loose floorboard near the hearth. He knelt, his practical mind annoyed by the imperfection. He worked his fingers into the gap, feeling for the obstruction. His fingertips brushed against something soft. He pried it loose. It was a single, heavy-duty glove, the kind used for rough work. It was smeared with a dark, rusty brown stain that could only be blood, but it was not one of the gloves from the cache they had found. This was different, older, worn thin at the fingertips, and it was far too small to have fit the hands of Jonas Denham. Elmer stood in the silent, sunlit library, the stained glove lying heavy in his open palm. He looked out the window across the vast, open moor, now so clear and so innocent under the pale sky. He thought of the fear in Edward's eyes, a fear that had seemed so genuine. He thought of the perfect logic of Charlie Ray's solution, a structure so sound it seemed unshakable. He looked down at the glove, this small, brutal, unanswered question. Outside, the Moor waited, holding its breath, keeping its oldest secrets. He did not call out. He did not immediately go to find Charlie Ray. Instead, Elmer stood perfectly still, the weight of the glove anchoring him to the spot. The clean, rational narrative they had constructed, the one that had satisfied the law and given Edward Blackwater a future, began to fray at the edges. This was not a loose thread. It was a second, hidden tapestry woven behind the first. He examined the glove with a new, cold intensity. It was made of thick leather, but supple, sized for a smaller, more slender hand. The dark stain was old, dried and flaking, and it was concentrated at the fingertips and the palm, as if the wearer had gripped something wet and sharp. He thought of the doctor's oversized, theatrical claws designed for show. This glove was for real work. He slipped it into his coat pocket, the action feeling both furtive and necessary. The library, which had moments ago seemed so benign, now felt watchful. He walked to the window and looked down at the grounds. Edward Blackwater was there, standing by the rose garden, his posture no longer that of a frightened boy, but of a man surveying his domain. His hands were clasped behind his back, and even from this distance, Elmer could see they were slim, almost delicate. The journey back to the city was a quiet one. Charlie Ray spent it reading a journal, his work on the Blackwater case already mentally filed away as a closed and successful endeavor. Elmer watched the bleak beauty of the Moor slide past the train window, the glove a leaden secret in his bag. He knew what Charlie Ray would say, that it was an old gardening glove, that the stain was from paint or soil, that it was a relic from some long-forgotten incident, irrelevant to their case. He had built a perfect, rational box, and this glove did not fit inside it. But Elmer was a practical man, built for details. And the detail that haunted him was the look in Edward's eyes when he described the Cailleach. It had not been the fear of a man being hunted. It had been the fervor of a believer, or perhaps the pride of a creator. Weeks later, in the cluttered quiet of their city office, Elmer finally spoke. He laid the glove on Charlie Ray's desk without a word. Charlie Ray looked at it, then at Elmer's face. He did not dismiss it. He picked it up, turning it over in his own large, capable hands. "It is too small for denim," Charlie Ray stated. "It is," Elmer agreed. They sat in silence for a long time. The case was closed. Jonah's denim would hang for a murder he did, in fact, commit. He had killed Lord Alastair for his own greed. That part of the story was true, but another, darker story lay beneath it. He used the legend, Elmer said slowly, but he did not create it. He was an amateur playing a part he thought was his own invention. Someone else had been performing that role for much longer. Someone who needed a scapegoat, a fall guy to take the blame for a family curse that was all too real. Someone who knew that a rational detective would never believe in a demon, but would happily believe in a greedy man pretending to be one. Charlie Ray's wintry eyes were fixed on the glove. He was not a man who enjoyed being wrong, but he was a man who respected the truth, no matter how inconvenient. The perfect, logical structure he had built was not incorrect. It was merely incomplete. It had solved the wrong mystery. "We gave him the estate," Charlie Ray said, his voice low. "We gave him his freedom. We gave him everything." Elmer nodded. Outside their window, the city hummed with 1,000 other stories, 1,000 other crimes. But for a moment, both men were back on the moor, feeling the damp chill, seeing the figure of Edward Blackwater standing in the garden, not as a victim, but as the quiet, patient architect of it all. He had not just inherited a house. He had perfected a legend, and in doing so had gotten away with murder twice over. The Cailleach had not been in the mist. It had been in the manor house all along, wearing the fragile, pale face of the last Blackwater heir. The silence in the office was a new kind of presence, thick and heavy with the weight of a truth they could never prove and would never speak. The case was a fossil, sealed in rock, and to break it open now would only shatter their own reputations. They had been the instruments of a deeper, more cunning justice, or perhaps of a greater injustice. It was impossible to say. Elmer retrieved the glove from the desk and walked to the small, soot-stained fireplace. He held it over the empty grate for a moment, then tossed it in. He struck a match and watched the flames take hold, the old leather curling and blackening, the stain burning away into smoke. It was not a solution, but it was an ending. Charlie Ray did not protest. He closed his journal and stood, going to the window to look down at the bustling street. The world was full of puzzles, he thought, and some were not meant to be solved, only survived. The real horror of Blackwater House was not the monster in the mist, but the calculation in a young man's heart. He had used their own rationality as his final, perfect weapon. "We will not go back," Charlie Ray said, not as a suggestion, but as a statement of fact. "No," Elmer agreed, the last of the smoke fading up the chimney. "We will not." They never spoke of it again, but in the years that followed, on cases that took them into the homes of the wealthy and the ancient, Elmer would sometimes watch the heirs, the sons and daughters waiting in the shadows of great legacies. He would look at their hands and he would wonder. And Charlie Ray, the ultimate rationalist, found a new, quiet respect for the power of a story, especially one told by the person you least suspect of being the author. The Moor, it seemed, had not given up all its secrets. It had simply entrusted them to the most capable keeper of all. The train ride back was a study in silence. Elmer watched the city's outskirts give way to the grimy industrial belt, the ordered chaos a welcome contrast to the deceptive stillness of the moor. He found his mind returning not to the glove, but to Edward's hands. He remembered the young man nervously folding a linen napkin at dinner, the precise, almost delicate way he had handled his father's pen to sign the solicitor's documents. The memory was a key turning in a lock. A month after their return, a small, society page clipping arrived in the post, anonymous and without comment. It announced that Mr. Edward Blackwater, having found the memories at the estate too painful, had taken a long-term lease on a property in the Lake District. Blackwater House itself, the article noted, was to be closed up entirely, its contents preserved, but the family line severed from its physical anchor. It was a sad but understandable decision, a perfectly rational retreat. Elmer showed it to Charlie Ray, who read it with a grunt and then used it to light his pipe. The page curled and blackened, the words vanishing into ash. "It is a clean end," Charlie Ray said, the smoke wreathing his head. "He has what he wanted, a life elsewhere, funded by an inheritance no one can contest." But it was the word elsewhere that snagged in Elmer's mind. He spent an afternoon in the city's records office, a place he knew well from less ambiguous cases. He looked up property deeds and lease agreements for the Lake District, cross-referencing names and dates. He found nothing for an Edward Blackwater. What he did find, under the name of a holding company he traced back to a shell corporation, was the purchase of a modern, comfortable villa in the south of France. A place of sun and sea, far from the damp and the ghosts of England. He did not tell Charlie Ray. Some truths were like a slow poison. To share them was to double the dose. He simply filed the knowledge away, a cold, hard stone in the pocket of his memory. Their work continued, pulling them into new mysteries, new human dramas of greed and passion. But a subtle shift had occurred in their partnership. Charlie Ray, for all his logic, now allowed for a moment of silence when a witness spoke of a feeling, a premonition, an unshakable dread. He no longer dismissed them out of hand. He would listen, his wintry gaze distant, and then proceed with his facts, as if building his rational fortress on ground he now knew could be unstable. Elmer, for his part, became more vigilant. He looked for the second story, the narrative hidden beneath the one they were being told. He checked the hands of the butlers, the eyes of the grieving widows, the financial records of the trusted friends. He had learned that the most dangerous monsters were not the ones that lurked in the fog, but the ones who offered you a brandy by the fire, their own tragedy, a carefully crafted shield. One evening, nearly a year after Blackwater, they were concluding the affairs of a tedious case of embezzlement. Charlie Ray leaned back in his chair, the case closed to his satisfaction. He looked at Elmer, who was meticulously cleaning his pen. "We never found the body," Charlie Ray said, the statement emerging from the quiet like a stone from deep water. Elmer did not look up. "No, we did not. The peak keeps what it takes." Charlie Ray gave a slow, single nod. He had not been speaking of Lord Alistair, he had been speaking of the Cailleach, the real one. The one they had left standing in the rose garden, his inheritance secure, his enemy condemned, his house closed and silent, guarding its secrets under the vast, empty sky. They had stopped a murder, but they had enabled a different kind of death, one of truth and of justice. It was a compromise they had to live with, a permanent, low hum of dissonance in the foundation of their world. The rationalist and the practical man had finally met a problem they could not solve, because they were part of the equation. The dissonance became a part of their method, a silent third partner in their investigations. They took fewer cases from old families after that, preferring the straightforward villainy of the city's criminal class. A stolen necklace was just a stolen necklace. A forged will was simply greed. There were no ancient legends, only contemporary sins. Years passed, the world changed, but their partnership endured, weathered by a shared, unspoken understanding. Then in the spring of 1927, a letter arrived. It was from a firm of solicitors in Paris. Edward Blackwater was dead. A sudden fever, the letter said, had taken him with surprising speed. He had never married. He had no heirs. His will was a simple document, leaving his entire estate, including the shuttered and forgotten Blackwater house, to be liquidated, and the proceeds donated to a charitable foundation for the children of fishermen. It was a noble, final act, severing the last tie. The solicitors, as a matter of protocol, had enclosed a small, sealed box that had been among Mr. Blackwater's personal effects. A note attached, in Edward's own fluid hand, read, "For the men who laid my ghosts to rest, a token of gratitude." The box arrived on a Tuesday. Charlie Ray placed it on his desk and they looked at it. It was made of a dark, polished wood, unadorned. "We do not have to open it," Elmer said. "We do," Charlie Ray replied. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, was a small, leather-bound book. It was not a diary of fears, but a ledger of a different sort. The first pages contained meticulous sketches, the articulated claws, the design for the treated canvas cloak, notes on chemical compounds to create specific scents. It was Dr. Denham's hand, bold and confident. Then halfway through, the script changed. It became the delicate, precise hand they recognized from Edward's signatures. These later entries were not plans, but observations. Jay grew more ambitious in his theatrics tonight. The library effect was particularly convincing. He believes the idea is his own. And then the final entry, dated just a week before they had been summoned. "The time is near. He will make his move against Father soon. The stage is set. The rational men will come, and they will see only what I have allowed them to see." There was no confession, no boastful admission of patricide, only the calm, chilling record of a director overseeing a production. Edward had not pushed his father into the peat. He had simply known that Jonas Denham would, and he had prepared the entire world to believe in the doctor's monstrous fiction, so that his own, quieter reality would remain forever hidden. Charlie Ray closed the book. His face was a mask of granite. He walked to the window, his back to Elmer and the box and the past. Elmer picked up the ledger. He felt no anger, only a profound, weary sadness. He crossed the room and placed the book into the fireplace. This time, Charlie Ray did not watch it burn. He remained at the window, looking out at a city that was busily building its future, a world away from the decaying grandeur of Blackwater. When the last page was ash, Elmer spoke. He did it and we helped him. But he is gone now. The story is over. Charlie Ray turned from the window. His eyes were the same as ever, clear and cold and rational. "No, Elmer," he said softly, "it is not over. It is a part of us now, and it always will be." He was right. The case was a scar on their souls, but it was also their most crucial lesson. From that day on, they knew that the greatest mysteries were not locked rooms or spectral hounds, but the intricate, hidden architecture of the human heart, and that some truths, once uncovered, could only be carried, never set down. They returned to their work, wiser and more burdened, the two of them, and the silence they shared. The Parisian solicitors wrote again, a final time to inform them that the liquidation of the Blackwater estate was complete. The house itself, after standing empty for so long, had proven unsellable. It was finally purchased for a pittance by a consortium of local farmers who intended to quarry its stone for wall building and let the Moor reclaim the land. The news felt like an epitaph written in fading ink. Life in its relentless way moved on. They grew older. Charlie Ray's hair turned a stark, brilliant white, making his pale eyes seem even sharper. Elmer developed a slight, persistent ache in his right knee, a souvenir from a chase through a rain-slicked alley. They were respected, occasionally feared, and their reputation for solving the insoluble only grew. Young constables would speak in hushed tones of their legendary partnership, of the rationalist and the practical man who saw what others missed. They never knew the full cost of that vision. One afternoon, deep into a quiet autumn, Elmer found himself alone in the office. Charlie Ray was testifying in court. The room was silent save for the ticking of the clock and the distant rumble of the city. He was sorting through a drawer of old case files, his hands moving by rote, when his fingers brushed against a small, hard object tucked at the very back. He drew it out. It was a single, polished river stone, dark gray and smooth as glass. He held it in his palm, his brow furrowed. Then he remembered. It had been in the wooden box from Paris, nestled beside the ledger. He had assumed it was merely a paperweight, a triviality, and in the shock of the book's contents, he had overlooked it. He had swept it into this drawer and forgotten it entirely. He examined it now. It was just a stone, cool and inert. There was nothing remarkable about it. But as he turned it over, his thumb found a faint, almost imperceptible groove. He held it up to the gray light from the window. It was not a natural flaw. It was a tiny, crudely carved symbol, a single open eye. A chill, entirely disconnected from the room's temperature, traced its way down his spine. It was a message, the only one Edward Blackwater had ever sent them directly. Not of gratitude, but of acknowledgement. He was telling them that he knew they knew. And this stone, this simple, unremarkable thing from the moor, was his final seal on their shared secret. It was a token, not of gratitude, but of a bond he had forced upon them, a fellowship of a terrible understanding. Elmer did not throw it away. He did not put it back in the drawer. He slipped it into his waistcoat pocket. It was a weight he would now carry consciously, a touchstone for the one truth that underpinned all others, that the world was not always as it seemed, and that the most perfect logic could be led astray by a story told by the right person. When Charlie Ray returned, his expression weary from the courtroom's procedural theater, Elmer said nothing. He merely poured 2 glasses of whiskey, and the stone in his pocket felt as heavy as a skull. They drank in their familiar silence, 2 old men guarding a ruin that no one else knew existed. The whiskey was a poor shield against the cold that had taken root in him. It was not the chill of the moor, but something deeper, a fundamental draft in the foundation of his own mind. He watched Charlie Ray, who was reviewing a new case file, his white head bent in concentration. The rationalist had built his walls high and strong, but Elmer knew now that the stone in his own pocket was a piece from a different quarry altogether. It was a fragment of a world where stories were more powerful than facts, where a man could become a legend not by being monstrous, but by letting a monster do his work. The new case was a simple one. A shipping magnate suspected his partner of siphoning funds. It was a world of ink and ledgers, of steamships and concrete keys, a world that should have been safe from the whispers of the past. Yet as Elmer listened to Charlie Ray outline the facts, he found his attention snagging on a minor detail. The partner, a man named Jacobs, was an avid collector of folklore. He had a particular interest, the file noted in passing, in the sea myths of the Northern Isles. It was nothing, it was coincidence. But for the first time, Elmer saw the flicker of it in Charlie Ray's eyes as well. A momentary pause, a fraction of a second where the wintry gaze grew distant, looking not at the file in front of him, but at some internal landscape of memory. Then it was gone, and Charlie Ray was speaking again, his voice crisp and logical, laying out their approach. They took the case, they followed the money, as they always did. They found the forged invoices, the hidden accounts in Geneva. It was all exactly as Charlie Ray had predicted. They confronted Jacobs in his oak-paneled office overlooking the Thames. The man broke down quickly, confessing to the embezzlement with a pathetic, weeping candor. It was a clean, satisfying conclusion. But as they were leaving, Jacobs, his face streaked with tears, looked up at them. "You do not understand," he whispered. "It was not for me. It was for the society, to preserve the stories. The old stories are dying." Elmer felt the stone in his pocket, a smooth, cold pressure against his leg. He said nothing. Charlie Ray simply nodded, a curt, professional gesture, and guided Elmer out the door. On the pavement outside, the city air was thick with coal smoke and the scent of the river. Charlie Ray stood for a moment, his hands thrust into his pockets, his shoulders hunched against a wind that wasn't blowing. "He was a thief," Charlie Ray stated. "The reason is irrelevant." "He is," Elmer agreed. They began to walk back to their office, side by side. The silence between them was no longer just the quiet of two men who knew each other well. It was the silence of a shared burden, a story they would never tell, a truth that had reshaped their view of the world. The rationalist and the practical man had learned that every fact casts a shadow, and in that shadow, other, older things could grow. They would continue their work, they would solve their puzzles, but they would always be listening, not just for the facts, but for the story being told beneath them. And they would always feel the weight of the unsolved mystery they carried, a cold, smooth stone from a forgotten moor, resting in a waistcoat pocket. The stone remained. It became a private test, a question Elmer would ask himself when faced with a client's earnest eyes or a suspect's too convenient story. His fingers would find its cool, smooth surface, and he would remember that the most convincing performance was not the one shouted from a stage, but the one whispered in a drawing room. He never spoke of it to Charlie Ray, yet he sometimes caught the old man's gaze drifting to that specific pocket, a flicker of grim acknowledgement passing between them before they returned to the facts at hand. Their reputation solidified into a kind of myth itself. They were the men you called when the puzzle had no apparent pieces, when the official channels had dried up and hope was a thin, cold thing. They took a case for a woman whose husband, a quiet librarian, had vanished from a locked study. The police found nothing. Charlie Ray found a single, anomalous fiber caught on the window latch, a type of wool not from any of the man's clothes. Elmer, meanwhile, found the librarian's second life, not as a criminal, but as the anonymous author of wildly successful pulp novels about international spies. He had not been abducted. He had simply staged his own disappearance to escape the crushing monotony of his existence. When they presented the man, safe and sheepish, to his weeping wife, it was not a victory. It was another lesson in the architecture of the human heart. The wife's grief turned to a bitter public fury. The librarian's escape was ruined. They had solved the mystery and destroyed 2 lives in the process. On the train back, Charlie Ray stared out at the passing fields, his profile like carved marble. "We gave her the truth," he said, his voice low and flat. "That was the service she paid for." "We did," Elmer replied, the stone a heavy comfort in his pocket. "But I wonder if some locks are better left unopened." Charlie Ray did not answer. He didn't need to. The question now lived in the space between them, as permanent as the furniture in their office. They were no longer just solvers of puzzles. They were custodians of consequences, and the weight of what they knew was a library that grew more silent and more vast with every passing year. The world saw 2 brilliant detectives. They saw only the endless, branching paths of stories they had closed, and the one single story they had left open, its final page forever missing, buried somewhere in the peat under a sky they would never see again. The final break came not with a case, but with a retirement. Charlie Ray's was a quiet affair, a simple notice in the paper and a closed office door. There was no party, no speech. Elmer helped him pack his few personal effects into a single leather case. As he lifted a stack of books, a small, flat object wrapped in brown paper slid out from between the pages of a treatise on forensic chemistry. Elmer unwrapped it. It was a photograph, faded and sepia-toned, of Blackwater House taken from a distance. The moor stretched before it, and the house itself was a stark, gray silhouette against a vast, empty sky. On the back, in Charlie Ray's precise script, was a date, the year of their case. He had gone back. He had stood there and looked at it, and he had taken this picture as a record of the one problem he could not solve. Elmer handed it to him without a word. Charlie Ray looked at it, his expression unreadable. Then he took it and with a deliberate motion tore it in half and then in half again, letting the pieces fall into the waste paper basket. "Some ruins are best not revisited," he said. They shook hands on the pavement outside. The grip was firm, the eyes clear. There was nothing left to say that the silence had not already said for them. Elmer watched him walk away, a tall, straight figure swallowed by the city he had spent a lifetime trying to make logical. Elmer did not retire. He took a smaller office on a quieter street, handling the occasional missing person or petty fraud. He was competent, but the fire was gone. He was a solo act now, and the silence in the room was different. It was just silence. One evening, years later, he read of Charlie Ray's passing in the newspaper, a peaceful end in his sleep. The obituary was long, listing his many triumphs, his legacy of logic and reason. It mentioned his famous partnership with Elmer, calling them an unstoppable force for truth. Elmer put the paper down. He felt a hollow space open inside him, a finality that was both a grief and a release. He went to the small safe in his office and retrieved the river stone. He held it in his palm, the carved eye seeming to gaze at nothing and everything. It was the last thread, the final secret that belonged only to them. Now it belonged only to him. He took a train out of the city, then a hired car, and finally walked on foot, his old knee complaining, until he stood at the edge of a different moor, a wild place not unlike the one he would never see again. The wind whipped at his coat. He looked at the stone one last time, this cold, smooth truth he had carried for most of his life. Then he drew back his arm and threw it, a single arcing motion, sending it spinning out over the heather and the gorse. It disappeared into the landscape without a sound. He did not know if he had done it to be free of the burden, or to finally return it to the kind of earth that understood such things. He stood there for a long time, until the cold seeped into his bones. Then he turned and walked back toward the road, a solitary old man under a vast, indifferent sky, the last keeper of a story that was now truly over. The walk back to the road was longer than he remembered. The wind had picked up, carrying a fine, cold mist that soaked into his coat and chilled him to the bone. He did not hurry. Each step was a conscious effort, a negotiation with the ache in his knee and the heavier, deeper ache in his spirit. He had thought the act of throwing the stone would be a punctuation mark, a final period at the end of a long and difficult sentence. Instead, it felt like he had simply turned the page to a blank sheet. The hired car was waiting where he had left it, the driver dozing inside. The journey back to the city was a silent, gray blur. He stared out at the passing countryside, but he did not see it. He saw Charlie Ray's face, torn between logic and that flicker of something else. He saw the torn photograph of Blackwater House fluttering into the wastebasket. He saw the smooth, cold weight of the stone in his own hand. His small office was dark and musty when he returned. He did not light the lamp. He sat in his worn leather chair, the sounds of the city a distant hum. The emptiness was absolute. He had spent a lifetime in partnership, first with a man and then with a memory, and now both were gone. The stone was gone. All that remained was the story, and he was its sole living repository. A week later, a young woman came to see him. Her brother, an artist, had disappeared. The police believed he had simply abandoned his life, perhaps for the continent. He was eccentric, they said, unreliable, but the sister insisted something was wrong. She placed a small, carved wooden bird on Elmer's desk. He left this on his pillow, she said. It makes no sense. Elmer picked up the bird. It was crude, but lovingly made. He turned it over in his hands, his thumb tracing the grooves of its wings. He felt a familiar, cold clarity settle over him, a ghost of his old focus. He looked at the woman's desperate, hopeful face. He could take her money. He could follow the clues. He He could find the brother, living or dead, and present her with the truth. He could open another lock. He looked from her face to the wooden bird, then past it, to the window and the city beyond. He saw not a puzzle to be solved, but a story about to be broken open, its consequences spilling out, unpredictable and permanent. He saw the librarian's wife, her face contorted with betrayed fury. He saw the smooth, dark water of the peat bog and the quiet, directing eyes of Edward Blackwater. He handed the wooden bird back to the woman. "I am sorry," he said, his voice rough with disuse. "I cannot help you." She looked shocked, then angry, then devastated. She took the bird and left without another word. Elmer sat in the silence she left behind. He had not refused her out of incapacity or even out of weariness. He had refused her because he finally understood what Charlie Ray had known all along. Some truths were not solutions, they were simply weights, and he had carried enough for one lifetime. He would leave the rest of the mysteries for someone else. The decision settled upon him not as a defeat, but as a final, hard-won piece of wisdom. He closed the office for good the next day. The few case files he had returned to their clients with polite, vague notes of regret. He sold the furniture, packed his personal belongings into a single trunk, and took a room in a quiet boarding house by the river. The city continued its relentless churn, but he now observed it from a distance, like a man watching a play from the very last row. His days took on a new and simple rhythm. He would walk along the embankment, feed the gulls, and read the paper in a sheltered corner of the public library. He avoided the crime sections. He spoke to few people, and they in turn saw only a quiet, unassuming old man, his own history as faded and insignificant as the fabric of his coat. He found a strange peace in this anonymity. It was a relief to be a footnote again, after so many years of writing the text. One afternoon he saw the sister of the missing artist. She was on the arm of a young man, laughing, her face clear of the desperate shadows that had haunted it in his office. He felt a quiet confirmation. Her story had continued without his intervention, and it had found its own shape, its own resolution, whatever that may be. He had not harmed it, that was enough. He lived for several more years in this gentle obscurity. When he died, it was as he had lived his final days, quietly and with little notice. His landlady found him in his chair by the window, a book open on his lap. There was no family to notify, and his effects were so meager that the task of dealing with them was a matter of minutes. The trunk contained some clothes, a few books, and a small, locked metal box. The locksmith who opened it for the landlady found nothing of obvious value. There were no medals, no documents, no stacks of banknotes. There was only a single yellowed newspaper clipping, its edges brittle, detailing the closure of the Blackwater case, officially deemed an accidental drowning, and beside it a small, crude carving of a bird, its wings forever still. The landlady, puzzled, tossed both into the fire, where they curled into black ash and were gone. The last tangible threads were severed. The story was now truly, completely, and forever over. The fire crackled, consuming the last of the physical evidence. In the street below, a motorcar backfired and a child laughed. The world, with all its new noises and its old, enduring mysteries, continued on. It did not know that the last man who understood the specific weight of a certain silence was gone. It did not need to know. The stories were all still out there, waiting in the shadows of facts, in the locked rooms of the human heart, in the quiet spaces between people. But the two men who had learned to listen for them were now part of the silence themselves, their final, shared secret kept, not in a stone or a carving, but in the simple, unmarked fact of their absence. The case was closed. The river outside his old boarding house window flowed to the sea, as it always had. It carried with it the flotsam of the city, the secrets and the refuse, all of them rendered equal and anonymous by the churning, gray water. For a long time after Elmer's passing, the room remained empty. It gathered dust, and the sounds of the city softened to a murmur against the glass. Then a new tenant arrived, a young man from the country with ambitions of becoming a writer. He found the room cheap and the view inspiring. He liked to imagine the stories the river held. On his first night, he was arranging his few possessions on the mantelpiece when his hand brushed against a loose floorboard near the wall. Curiosity piqued. He worked it free with the blade of his penknife. There was no great treasure hidden beneath, only the compacted dust of decades and a single, river-smoothed stone. It was dark and heavy, and it fit perfectly in the palm of his hand. He turned it over, and his thumb found a shallow, weathered indentation on one side, a shape that might, with a little imagination, resemble a closed eye. He shrugged, finding a simple, pleasant comfort in its weight and smoothness. He placed it on his desk to use as a paperweight, and then he sat down, pulled a fresh sheet of paper from a drawer, and for the first time in that room he began to write. The first story he wrote was a simple thing, a vignette about a boy and his dog by a river. But as the weeks passed, his tales grew stranger. He found himself writing about lonely houses on moors and men who carried secrets like stones in their pockets. He did not know where these images came from. They simply arrived, fully formed, as if they had been waiting in the dusty air of the room for someone to give them voice. The stone paperweight sat on his desk, a silent, solid companion to the fluid worlds he created. He never questioned its origin. It was just a stone, and he was just a writer filling pages with the echoes of things he had never seen. He wrote late into the night, the lamplight pooling on the paper, the city sounds a distant lullaby. The stories that came to him felt less like inventions and more like recollections, as if he were a radio receiver tuning into a faint, persistent signal from a forgotten station. He wrote of a partnership, two men who moved through a foggy city, one who trusted only what he could measure, and the other who had learned to measure the immeasurable. He wrote of a stone with an eye and a house that was a door. One evening he picked up the stone, feeling its familiar, cool weight. He had been trying to write an ending for his latest story, but it eluded him, the conclusion feeling forced and false. As he held the stone, his thumb resting in the indentation, a clear, cold image flashed in his mind. Not a house on a moor, but a different landscape, a rocky shore under a leaden sky, and a feeling of profound, deliberate release. His arm almost ached with the phantom memory of a powerful throw. He put the stone down, a shiver tracing his spine. He looked at the page, then back at the stone. It was just a rock. It had to be, but the stories kept coming, and they felt truer than anything he had ever consciously imagined. He realized he was no longer just writing fiction. He was taking dictation from the silence. The old stories weren't dying after all. They were simply waiting for a new keeper, and they had found one in a quiet room by the river, where a smooth, dark stone held down the pages of their rebirth. The writer never spoke of these strange moments of clarity to anyone. He feared that giving voice to the sensation would break the delicate spell, that the stories would retreat back into the dust from which they seemed to have come. He lived a quiet life, his only companions the characters that populated his pages and the silent stone on his desk. His work gained a small but devoted following. Critics praised his uncanny ability to evoke a sense of lingering history, of secrets buried just beneath the surface of the mundane. He grew old in that room, his hair thinning, his hands becoming gnarled. The stone remained, a constant through the changing seasons outside his window. On the day he died, he was found at his desk, his head resting peacefully on a completed manuscript. His landlady, the daughter of the woman who had found Elmer, cleared the room with a practiced efficiency. She gathered his papers, boxing them for the publisher he had designated. She was about to sweep the lone stone from the desk into a rubbish bin when she paused. It was just a stone, yet it had always been there, a part of the room's landscape as much as the worn floorboards or the view of the river. On an impulse, she dropped it into the pocket of her apron. Later, while walking by the river, her own young son skipping stones across the murky water, she remembered it. She pulled the dark, smooth stone from her pocket and held it out to him. "Here," she said, "see if you can make it skip." The boy took it, judged its weight, and with a practiced flick of his wrist, sent it spinning across the surface of the water. It skipped once, twice, 3 times, and then with a final, soft plunk, it disappeared into the deep, dark current. The boy cheered at his success and ran ahead. The woman stood for a moment, watching the ripples dissolve into the endless flow, then turned to follow him, the image of the sinking stone already fading from her mind. Another small moment lost to the relentless and forgiving passage of time. The river held the stone as it had once before. It nestled it into the soft silt of its bed, where the current flowed more slowly, in the deep and permanent shade beneath the pilings of a bridge. There it lay, a dark, smooth shape against the darker mud, its carved eye facing nothing but the endless, drifting sediment. The water, which had smoothed its edges over countless years, continued its work, softening the shallow indentation until it was no longer an eye, but just a flaw in the rock, a natural hollow. The stories it had witnessed, the hands that had held it, the weight it had carried, all of it was slowly being erased by the patient, indifferent river. It was becoming just a stone again, waiting for the next shift in the current or the next ice age to move it. The world was full of such stones and full of stories waiting for a voice. For now, and for a long time to come, there was only the water, the silence, and the slow, certain return to anonymity. Story 3. The mobile above the crib, a constellation of faded felt stars and a single, chipped porcelain moon, trembled. It was not the shudder of the old house settling into its bones, nor the distant rumble of a truck on the highway. This was a different kind of movement, a delicate, almost imperceptible shiver that set the stars to spinning in a slow, silent waltz. I watched it from the doorway, my hands still cold and damp from the autumn night outside, and for a moment the world was reduced to that tiny, trembling orbit. Then it stopped. The air in the nursery was still and warm, smelling of talcum powder and the faint, sweet scent of milk. Everything was exactly as we had left it 2 hours ago. And yet, everything was wrong. Her name was Chloe. She was 7 weeks and 3 days old. Her absence was a physical weight, a crushing silence that had swallowed the house whole. The police, with their heavy boots and louder voices, had come and gone, leaving behind the smudge of graphite dust on the white windowsill and a void more profound than any I had ever known. Officer Miller, a man with the weary eyes of someone who has seen too many broken things, had asked his questions in a low, careful monotone. His partner, a younger woman with a sharp, attentive face, had touched nothing, her gaze cataloging every detail of our lives, from the unread novels stacked on the coffee table to the single wine glass, smudged with Laura S. lipstick, left in the sink. We had gone to the Carvers for dinner, Paul and Elise Carver, our neighbors. Their house was a mirror image of ours, a split-level colonial separated by a manicured lawn and a stand of birch trees whose white bark glowed in the dark. But where our home was still a work in progress, filled with half-unpacked boxes and the cheerful clutter of new parenthood, the Carvers was a showpiece. Every surface gleamed, every object was curated. Paul was a financial consultant, Elise an interior designer. They were the kind of people who made you feel both welcome and inadequate. The evening had been a low hum of polite conversation and the clink of good silverware. Laura had been nervous, her laughter a little too high, her hands fluttering like trapped birds. She had worried about leaving Chloe. It was the first time. I had told her it was fine, necessary even. We were only next door. The baby monitor, a sleek modern thing with a video feed, was on the table between us, its small screen showing a grainy, peaceful image of our daughter sleeping in her crib. I remembered the feeling of Laura S. knee pressing against mine under the table, a silent plea for reassurance. I remembered pouring myself a second glass of Paul S. expensive bourbon, the amber liquid catching the light from their crystal chandelier. I do not remember the exact moment I glanced at the monitor and saw the empty crib. I only remember the cold dread, a sudden drop in the atmosphere of the room, as if all the oxygen had been sucked out. The screen was just a rectangle of pale sheets, the blanket pushed aside. The mobile was moving. The days that followed were a blur of fractured time. The investigation was a leak, a slow seepage of details that stained everything. There were no signs of forced entry, no fingerprints that did not belong. The lock on the back door was a simple deadbolt, the kind a credit card could slip. The police focused on us, of course. They always focus on the parents. They dug into our lives with polite, relentless shovels. They discovered the arguments, the sleepless nights, Laura's fragile state, what the doctor called postpartum adjustment. They discovered my secrets, the ones I kept from Laura, the money, the $50,000 I had borrowed from a source that was not a bank, a debt that was coming due. The lies I had told about a business trip to Chicago, a trip that never happened. They found the emails on my work computer, the ones to a woman named Isabel, filled with a desperate, lonely longing. They painted a picture of a man under pressure, a man whose life was a carefully constructed house of cards trembling in the wind. Laura retreated into a silence so deep it was like an illness. She would sit for hours in the rocking chair in the nursery, her arms wrapped around her own body, rocking. She smelled of stale perfume and unshed tears. She stopped looking at me. When she did, her eyes were hollow, and in their depths I saw the unspoken question. She wondered if I had done it. She wondered if, in some fit of panic or rage or calculated despair, I had taken our daughter and made her disappear to solve all my problems at once. The suspicion was a poison in the house, in our marriage. It was in the way she flinched when I reached for her, in the way she meticulously checked the locks on the doors and windows every night, as if the real threat was already inside. My own suspicions turned outward toward the Carvers. They had been so helpful, so supportive. Elise brought over casseroles that went uneaten. Paul offered to handle the media, to be our spokesman. He was so calm, so capable, but I started to notice things. The way Elise's smile never quite reached her eyes. The way Paul would sometimes fall silent in the middle of a sentence, his gaze drifting toward our house with an intensity that felt less like concern and more like ownership. I remembered a story Paul had told that night over dinner just before the world ended. He had been talking about his work, about a client who had lost everything. He said, "Some people build their lives on a fault line and are surprised when the earthquake comes." He had looked directly at me when he said it. At the time, I thought it was just banker-esque wisdom. Now, it felt like a threat. I began to watch them. From our bedroom window, I would see the lights in their house go on and off at strange hours. I saw Elise in her garden, kneeling in the dirt, her hands working the soil with a frantic, almost violent energy. I saw Paul carrying heavy rolled-up carpets to his car late one night. I started taking walks past their house, my footsteps silent on the damp grass. One evening I saw through their basement window. It was only a sliver of a view between a gap in the curtains. Paul was down there. He was building something, a crib. The police found nothing when I told them. Paul explained it away with a sad, gentle smile. They were hoping, he said. They had been trying for years. Elise had suffered multiple miscarriages. The crib was a project, a form of therapy, a monument to a hope that never died. He made me feel like a monster for suspecting them. Officer Miller told me to let them do their job, his voice laced with a pity that was worse than anger. The families descended, bringing their own unique brands of anguish. Laura's mother, a sharp-boned woman with eyes like flint, moved in and took over our kitchen. She spoke in hushed, accusatory tones to Laura, her words a constant, subtle indictment of me, of my failure to protect her daughter and grandchild. My own father, a quiet, defeated man, came for a weekend. He sat with me in the living room, the silence between us thick with all the things we had never been able to say. He finally spoke, his voice a dry rustle. "This kind of trouble," he said, staring at his hands, "it doesn't come from nowhere, it has bred in the bone." The case grew cold, the news vans packed up and left, the world moved on. Our lives became a strange, haunted pantomime of normalcy. I went back to work. Laura started seeing a therapist. We ate dinner together at the same table, the silence broken only by the scrape of cutlery on china. We slept in the same bed, separated by a continent of grief and mistrust. The nursery door remained closed. The mobile was still. Then one rainy Tuesday, I was in the attic looking for tax documents. I moved a box of Laura's old college textbooks and found a small, leather-bound journal tucked beneath it. It was not Laura's, the handwriting was elegant, looping. Elise Carver's. I sat on the dusty floorboards, the rain drumming a soft tattoo on the roof, and I read. It was not a confession, it was something worse. It was a story of obsession. Page after page detailed her watching us. She wrote about Laura's pregnancy, describing her changing body with a clinical, almost covetous fascination. She wrote about seeing me leave for work, about the times our cars passed on the street. She knew our routines. She knew the brand of diapers we used. She wrote about the sound of Chloe crying, a a sound that carried on the wind to her garden, a sound that she said filled her with a beautiful, unbearable ache. The final entry was dated the night of the dinner. She wrote about the excitement of having us over, of being so close. She described the baby monitor on the table, the image of our sleeping child, and then the last line written in a hurried, ecstatic scrawl. He said it was time, the door is unlocked, the moon is so bright, she will be hours before it sets. I read the words again and again, the letters blurring before my eyes. He said it was time. Paul, it was both of them, it had always been both of them. The calm helpfulness, the perfectly timed story about the fault line, the crib in the basement, it was all part of the performance. They had watched us, studied us, and then they had simply walked into our home and taken what they wanted. They had planned it over our dinner table, with the baby monitor blinking between us like a lie. I did not go to the police. Miller would have asked for proof. The journal was not proof. It was the ramblings of a disturbed woman. It would be my word against theirs, the grieving, unstable father against the pillars of the community. There would be questions, searches, they would lawyer up. It would be a circus, and at the end of it, they might walk away, and Chloe would be lost to us forever in the labyrinth of the foster system, or worse, hidden away where we could never find her. I knew what I had to do. The debt I owed was no longer to a faceless lone shark. It was to the silence in the nursery, to the hollows in my wife's cheeks, to the ghost of a mobile turning in a non-existent breeze. I waited until midnight. The rain had stopped, leaving the world slick and black. I took my father's old hunting knife from its case in the garage. The handle was cold and familiar in my hand. I did not think. I felt only a cold, clear purpose, a current pulling me forward. Their house was dark. I knew the lock on their back door was the same as ours. A credit card slid into the jamb, a gentle pressure, and the bolt slid back with a soft, satisfying click. The house was silent, smelling of lemon polish and dried flowers. I moved through the kitchen, my feet soundless on the tile. I knew where their bedroom was. I found them in the master bedroom, sleeping in a large four-poster bed. Paul was on his back, his mouth slightly open. Elise was curled on her side, one hand tucked under her cheek. They looked peaceful, innocent. For a moment I hesitated, the knife heavy in my hand, then I saw it. On Elise's nightstand, next to a glass of water, was a small pink sock, one of Chloe's. The world narrowed to a single red point. I do not remember the act itself, only a series of sensations, the resistance of flesh, the hot, metallic smell that bloomed in the air, the gurgle of a breath caught in a throat. It was not violent, it was quiet, efficient, a terrible kind of work. When it was done, I stood there, breathing heavily, the knife dripping onto their pristine white carpet. The silence was absolute. I searched the house, I tore through closets and drawers. I went down to the basement. The crib stood in the corner unfinished, a skeleton of sanded wood. But Chloe was not there, she was nowhere. Defeated, covered in their blood, I stumbled back into the night. I did not go home. I walked into the stand of birch trees between our properties, and I buried the knife and my blood-soaked clothes in the soft, wet earth. I washed my hands and face with water from a rain barrel, the cold a shock against my skin. Then I went inside my own house, crept up the stairs, and slid into bed beside Laura. She stirred, murmuring in her sleep, and moved closer to me for warmth. I lay there staring at the ceiling, waiting for the dawn and the sirens I knew would come. They came. The investigation was swift. The Carvers were murdered. I had no alibi. The journal was found in the attic during the search. My motive was clear. I was the unstable father, cracked by grief, who had fixated on his innocent neighbors and slaughtered them in a fit of rage. They found the buried knife. My fingerprints were on it. Paul's blood was under my fingernails. I did not deny it. I confessed to everything. I told them I had killed the Carvers because I believed they had taken my daughter. The district attorney called it vigilante justice, a tragic, misguided act of a man destroyed by loss. They offered a deal. Murder 2, 25 years to life. I took it. It was easier than the truth. Laura visited me once before the sentencing. She sat on the other side of the thick glass, her face pale and composed. She looked like the woman I had married, but her eyes were different. They were clear, certain. "Did you find her?" she asked, her voice faint through the receiver. I shook my head, no. She was silent for a long time, then she said, "I am moving. I can stay in that house." "I understand." She looked at me, and for the first time since it all began, she held my gaze without flinching. "I never believed it was you," she whispered. "I never believed you took her." I felt a crack in the ice around my heart. "Laura." "But I know you," she said, her voice dropping even lower, becoming almost intimate. "I know the secrets you keep. I know about the money. I know about Isabel." She leaned closer to the glass, her breath fogging it slightly. "And I know you went to the Carvers that night. I heard you leave. I watched you from the window." My blood went cold. "What are you saying?" "I am saying that some debts get paid in unexpected ways," she said, "and some silences are a gift." She placed her hand flat against the glass, a pale, final imprint. Then she stood up, hung up the receiver, and walked away. She never looked back. I sit in my cell now and I think about that trembling mobile. I think about the fault line Paul mentioned, the one our lives were built on. He was right about the earthquake. He just didn't know he was living on the epicenter. I think about Laura's eyes in that visiting room, clear and certain. I think about the $50,000, the debt that vanished from my accounts the week after I was arrested. I think about the empty crib and the quiet that has settled over everything. Life in its way has returned to normal. The mystery of Chloe's disappearance was swallowed by the spectacle of my crime. The papers have moved on to other tragedies. The house on our old street was sold to a young family with twins. I hear they are very happy there. Sometimes in the deep silence of the night, I imagine I can hear it, the faint musical chime of a mobile turning, a sound from a world that no longer exists, a lullaby for a ghost. And I understand now that the greatest mysteries are not the ones we solve, but the ones we learn to live with, the quiet, terrible truths that become the foundation of whatever life we have left. The new family painted the nursery a soft, neutral gray. I know this because Laura's mother, in her final, bitter letter to me, included it as a postscript. She said the twins, a boy and a girl, have laughter that echoes in the halls now. She said it was a blessing the house could hold joy again. She did not mention if they kept the mobile. I serve my time. I work in the library, sorting books. I have become a model prisoner, quiet and compliant. The other inmates mostly leave me alone. My crime carries a certain grim weight that discourages camaraderie. The guards treat me with a detached, professional indifference. I am just a number, a body to be counted, a problem that has been successfully filed away. I think often of that last conversation with Laura. Her words are a knot I cannot untie. Some silences are a gift. Did she mean her silence about my secrets, or her silence about what she knew? I replay the night Chloe disappeared, scrutinizing every second. Laura's nervousness, her fluttering hands, her insistence on checking the monitor one last time before we left for the Carvers. Had it all been an act, a performance for my benefit? The $50,000, it was gone, wiped clean. A transaction from an offshore account I never knew existed, traced to a shell corporation that dissolved a week later. The police, satisfied with my confession, never pursued it. They saw it as a motive for my breakdown, not a clue to a larger scheme. But I know that kind of financial sleight of hand was beyond Laura. It was the kind of thing Paul Carver, the financial consultant, would know how to orchestrate. A new theory began to form in the quiet of my cell, a monstrous, elegant shape emerging from the fog. What if Laura and Paul were not just neighbors, but partners in a different way? What if my debts, my affair, my absences had not driven me to crime, but had provided the perfect cover for her? What if the plan was not to get a child, but to get rid of a husband? The dinner invitation, the unlocked door, the journal left just a little too conveniently in the attic for me to find. It was all a trail of breadcrumbs leading me not to my daughter, but to my own destruction. Laura knew I would find it. She knew the man I was, the one prone to desperate, reckless acts. She knew I would go to the Carver's house. She knew I would see the sock. She counted on my rage. And Elise, was she a willing participant, so consumed by her desire for a child that she agreed to this monstrous plan? Or was she another pawn, another victim? Paul must have convinced her it was a simple adoption, a desperate mother surrendering her child. He must have told her I was unstable, that Laura was afraid of me, that they were saving the baby. Then I came in the night with a knife, and in my fury, I silenced the only other person who could have revealed the full truth. I have no proof. It is a story I tell myself in the dark, a narrative to make sense of the ruin. It is the only thing that explains Laura's calm in the visiting room, her certainty. She had not just lost a daughter, she had engineered an escape. She paid my debt with my freedom. She traded our child for a new life, a life unburdened by me and my failures. Perhaps Chloe is alive somewhere, raised by someone else, given a new name, a new history. Perhaps Laura even gets updates, anonymous photos of a smiling girl with hair the color of wheat. Or perhaps she is truly gone, a sacrifice on the altar of a wife's quiet, calculated vengeance. I will never know. The mystery of my daughter is now layered beneath the mystery of my wife. I am the villain in both stories. I am the man who lost his child and then killed his neighbors. That is the simple, brutal truth the world accepts. The complex, terrible truth is my life sentence. The mobile turns in my dreams. It is not a lullaby. It is the sound of a gear clicking into place, the first gentle spin of a trap that was set long before I ever saw the empty crib. I listen to it every night. I have learned to find a perverse comfort in its rhythm. It is the sound of my own foolish heart, still beating, still trying to understand a world where love and betrayal are the same thing, and where the quietest hands can wield the sharpest knives. The library books smell of old paper and disinfectant. I run my fingers over the spines, sorting them into their proper places. The routine is a kind of meditation, a way to keep the thoughts at bay. But today a book slips from the cart and falls to the floor with a soft thud. It is a children's picture book, its cover faded but still showing a bright illustration of a zoo. I pick it up, and a slip of paper flutters out from between the pages. It is not a bookmark, it is a photograph, trimmed neatly to a small square. A little girl, maybe 4 years old, with hair the color of wheat and eyes that are a familiar, piercing blue. She's sitting on a swing, laughing, her head thrown back in joy. The background is a blur of green, a park somewhere, and tucked into the corner of the photo, almost invisible, is a tiny, stylized logo. A capital C intertwined with an L Carver and Lowell, Paul's old firm. My hands do not tremble, my breath does not catch, a profound stillness settles over me. This is no accident, this was placed here for me to find. The message is as clear as it is cruel. She is alive, she is happy, and someone wants me to know it. I think of Laura's words, some silences are a gift. This photograph is the opposite. It is a noise, a scream in the quiet of my confinement. It is a confirmation and a condemnation all at once. It tells me that my monstrous theory was right. Laura and Paul orchestrated this. They used my rage as their weapon and my life as their shield. And now, from somewhere out in the world, she is watching. She is making sure I know that my sacrifice was not for nothing, but that it was also for everything she wanted. I do not report the photo, I do not show it to the guards. I slide it between the pages of a different book, a dense history of ancient Rome, and I reshelve it. It is not my proof to share, it is my burden to carry. It is the ghost that will now walk with me through the rest of my days, a reminder that the prison of these walls is only a reflection of the one she built for me in our home, in our marriage, in my own mind. The mobile turns and the tune is different now. It is a melody of a life going on without me, a life she stole and remade in her own image. And I am just the echo of the man who made it all possible. The days began to blend, each one a perfect, empty replica of the last. I performed my duties in the library with robotic precision, my mind a locked room where the photograph lived. I memorized every detail of the girl's face, the shape of her smile, the specific shade of her blue eyes. I searched for a trace of myself in her features and found none. She was all Laura, a perfect, living monument to my wife's victory. I started looking for other signs. I scrutinized every new book that came into the library, checked every returned volume for slips of paper, for hidden messages. I became an archaeologist of my own ruin, sifting through the mundane for fragments of a truth I could no longer bear to hold alone, but there was nothing. The photograph had been a single, devastating shot across the bow, a taunt designed to shatter my fragile peace. It had worked. A new inmate was assigned to the library, a young man named Jesse with nervous eyes and a tendency to jump at sudden noises. He was in for armed robbery, a botched gas station job where he'd been more terrified than the clerk. He reminded me of a younger, more foolish version of myself, all desperate impulse and no foresight. We worked in silence for a week before he finally spoke. "They say you killed your neighbors," he said, his voice barely a whisper as we stacked books on a high shelf. "They ray right," I said, not looking at him. "Over a kid." I stopped, my hands resting on a stack of hardcovers. "Yes." He was quiet for a moment, then said, "My old lady, she took my son. Just vanished one day. Cops say they can do nothing. I get it, you know, the failing." I finally looked at him. He was earnest, his face open with a shared understanding I knew was false. He didn't get it. No one could. His pain was a simple, clean wound. Mine was a disease, a sickness that had been injected into the very marrow of my life. "It is not the same," I said, and turned back to my work. That night, lying on my bunk, I realized the true genius of Laura's plan. It wasn't just the framing, the meticulous way she had guided me into a cage. It was the isolation. She had engineered a situation where my pain was so specific, so grotesque, that it became incomprehensible to anyone else. Any attempt to explain it would sound like the ravings of a madman, a convicted murderer weaving conspiracy theories to ease his guilt. I was alone in a crowd, the keeper of a secret that was also my prison sentence. Months turned into a year, then another. The photograph began to feel like a dream, a phantom limb that ached in the rain. I had almost convinced myself I had imagined it when a letter arrived. It was the first piece of mail I had received in over 2 years. The envelope was plain white with no return address. The postmark was from a city 500 miles away. Inside was a single sheet of paper, a newspaper clipping, the community section of a small-town paper. A photo showed a charity fundraiser for a local library, and there she was, standing at the edge of the group, her face turned slightly away from the camera. She was older, maybe 6 now. Her hair was longer, but it was her. And standing beside her, her hand resting protectively on the girl's shoulder, was a woman with her back to the camera, a woman with a familiar slope to her shoulders and a sweep of dark hair. Laura. The caption listed the attendees. I read the names, my heart a dull, dead weight in my chest, and there it was, Laura Bennett, and beside it the child's name, Chloe Bennett. She hadn't even bothered to change their last name. The arrogance of it, the sheer, breathtaking contempt, it was her final message to me. She was not hiding, she was living. She had given our daughter her own name, erased me completely, and was now flaunting their life in a public forum, trusting the walls of my prison to be enough to keep me silent. I folded the clipping carefully and slipped it into the same history book that held the photograph. The 2 pieces of evidence now sat side by side, a tiny, damning archive of my failure. I felt a strange calm. The waiting was over. The taunting was over. She had shown me her hand, and it was a winning one. The mobile in my mind finally stilled. The chiming stopped. There was only silence, a deep and absolute quiet. I understood now that my sentence was not for the murders I committed. It was for the crime of being me. For my carelessness, my secrets, my inability to see the fault line running directly through my own marriage. Laura had not just taken my daughter and my freedom. She had taken my story and rewritten it, casting herself as the resilient survivor and me as the monster. And the most terrible part, the part that keeps me awake in the deep institutional night, is the knowledge that in her version she is not even wrong. The library cart has a wobbly wheel that clicks with every revolution. Click, click, click. It is the only sound I hear anymore, the new soundtrack to my life. I push it through the aisles, my movements practiced and slow. I am a ghost in this place, a man made of paper and silence. I do not look for more messages. The clipping was the end of it, a period at the end of a sentence written in blood and lies. Laura had achieved a kind of perfect, terrible peace. She had Chloe. She had her new life, funded by my vanished $50,000 and sanctified by my conviction. She had even kept the name, a final, effortless way to ensure that if I ever did speak, I would sound like a man obsessed, still clinging to the family he destroyed. I think about Paul Carver less and less. He is a minor character now, a pawn sacrificed in Laura-esque game. I wonder if he knew the true cost of his involvement. I wonder if he thought he was helping a desperate woman escape a bad marriage, or if he was in love with her, or if it was just another financial transaction for him. I hope he knew in that last second that he had been outmaneuvered. I hope he saw that the fault line was not under our street, but under his own roof, and that my knife was just the instrument of an earthquake Laura had already set in motion. Jesse, the young inmate, tries to talk to me sometimes. He tells me about his son, about the letters his mother sends with pictures. He thinks our grief is a common ground. I no longer correct him. I just nod and keep sorting the books. My silence is a wall he cannot scale. My pain is a language he does not speak. The guards call me by my last name, Bennett. It is the name my daughter now carries. Every time I hear it, it is a small, precise puncture in what is left of my soul. I have become an echo of my own life, a reverberation of a sound that has long since faded. I requested a transfer from the library last week. I told the warden I preferred the solitude of the laundry detail. The heat and the steam are a relief. They fog the mind, blur the sharp edges of memory. Here, surrounded by the rumble of industrial machines and the smell of bleach, I can almost forget the photograph and the clipping nestled in the history book on the shelf. I can almost forget the look in Laura S. eyes in the visiting room, a look not of grief, but of cold, final assessment. She was not saying goodbye to her husband. She was closing a file. Sometimes in the steam I see her face, not as she was that last day, but as she was when we first met, when her smile was a thing of light and not a weapon. I thought I was building a life with her. I was just providing the materials for her to build her own. The mystery of Chloe is solved. She is alive. She is with her mother. She is being raised on a story where I am the villain. It is a clean story, a simple one. It is the kind of story a child can understand. It is the kind of story that allows a woman to sleep at night. My own story is a tangled, ugly thing with no ending in sight. There is no redemption waiting for me, no last-minute revelation that will set me free. This is my life. This cell, this routine, this quiet. I am the keeper of a truth that no one wants to hear, the guardian of a secret that benefits everyone but me. The greatest trick my wife ever pulled was not making me a murderer. It was making my silence the most valuable thing I owned, and so I remain quiet. I do my time. I watch the steam rise from the presses, and I wait for nothing at all. The laundry's heat is a thick wool blanket. It smothers thought. My hands move automatically, folding sheets into tight, perfect rectangles. This is the new rhythm. The washers churn and the dryers roar, a constant, mindless noise that fills the hollow spaces. I have become good at this, at being empty. A guard I don't recognize approaches, his boots squeaking on the damp concrete. He is young, his face still soft with inexperience. Bennett, visitor. The word is a physical blow. It has been years. My heart does not leap with hope. It contracts with a cold dread. It can only be her. Another message, another twist of the knife. I follow him to the visiting room, my body moving on a string. But it is not Laura. It is a man I have never seen before. He is in his late 50s with a kind, tired face and a suit that looks inexpensive but clean. He sits stiffly in the plastic chair, his hands folded on the table. He looks like a social worker or a chaplain. I sit down, the barrier between us feeling more like a shield than a wall. "Mr. Bennett," he says, his voice quiet but clear. "My name is Robert Davies. I was a friend of Elise Carver S." The air leaves my lungs. I say nothing. I just look at him. He seems to gather himself, choosing his words with care. Elise was my cousin. We weren't close, but we wrote. She was a gentle soul, troubled. The inability to have a child, it consumed her. I remained silent, a statue. After she died, her sister was going through her things. She found a box. Elise had labeled it for the future. The sister thought it was baby clothes, so she put it away. She only opened it recently. He reaches into a briefcase at his feet and pulls out a simple cardboard box, placing it on the table. She didn't know what to do with it. She thought the police would dismiss it. But she knew about me, that I worked as a paralegal once. She sent it to me. He opens the box. Inside, there are no baby clothes. There's a small, leather-bound journal, different from the one I found in my attic. Next to it is a stack of letters, tied with a ribbon. "This is Elise's journal," he says, tapping the book. "And these are letters from your wife, Laura, to Paul." The world tilts. The roaring in my ears is louder than the laundry machines. "Ivy read them," he says, his voice heavy with what sounds like genuine sorrow. "I know what they did to you." He doesn't push the box through the slot. He just leaves it on his side of the table, a testament I cannot touch. "I can get you out of here. The lawyer confession it's a done thing, but I thought you deserved to know that someone else knows the truth, that it wasn't all in your head." He stands up to leave. He has given me a gift more devastating than any photograph. It is the truth, and it is utterly, completely useless. "The child," I say, my voice a rusty croak. It is the first word I have spoken to him. He pauses, his hand on the back of the chair. "The little girl is fine. She's with your wife. According to Elise's journal, Laura was going to leave you. She was going to take Chloe and start over. Paul was going to leave Elise. They were going to be together. The plan was just to disappear. But then you provided a better ending." He walks away. The guard leads me back to the laundry. The heat hits me again, but it feels different now. The smothering blanket has been pulled back, revealing the raw, frozen flesh beneath. Laura and Paul were in love. It wasn't just a financial transaction. It was a love story. I was not the victim of a cold, calculated vengeance. I was an obstacle, a messy complication that they cleverly and permanently removed. I pick up a sheet, its warmth a mockery. I fold it. The motion is the same, but I am different. The mobile is back, turning slowly in my mind, but the tune has changed again. It is not a lullaby or a trap. It is a love song for them. My rage, my crime, my life sentence, it was all just the backdrop for their romance. I was the villain in my own story, but in theirs I was merely the prologue. And that is a silence I will never learn to bear. The clean, folded sheets are stacked into a tall, precarious tower. My hands are steady. My face is a mask of calm. Inside, a new structure is forming, built not from the rubble of my old life, but from the cold, hard facts Robert Davies delivered. Laura and Paul were in love. Their plan was not born in a moment of opportunistic malice after the murders. It was conceived in the quiet spaces of their affair, a solution to the problem of me. My explosion of violence was not a derailment. It was a convenient train they hopped on, letting it carry them to a new life while I was buried in the wreckage. The arrogance of it is what finally breaks through the numbness. It is a hot, sharp needle piercing the fog. They thought they were so clever. They thought their story was the only one that mattered. They used my love for Chloe, my grief, my very rage as their building materials. They live in a house constructed from my bones, and they sleep soundly in its rooms. I do not dream of escape. I do not dream of revenge. Those are the fantasies of a man who still believes his actions can change the world. My world is this room, this steam, this stack of linens, but a shift has occurred. The silence is no longer a weight I carry. It is a tool I wield. Jesse finds me later, mopping the floor. "You got a visitor," he says, his voice tinged with a strange excitement. "That never happens." I look at him, really look at him. His eyes are wide with the drama of it. He is a boy playing at being a criminal, living a small, sad story. My story would swallow his whole. "It was a man about a will," I say, the lie forming easily on my tongue. It is the first lie I have told in years that is for me and not for her. A mistake, nothing of value. He nods, disappointed, and goes back to his work. I watch him. He is a potential lake, a crack in my newfound resolve. I must be more careful. The truth is a dangerous, volatile substance. It cannot be shared, it can only be held. That night in the dark of my cell, I do not think of Chloe's laugh or Laura's betrayal. I think of Robert Davies' tired, honest face. He is out there, a lone keeper of a terrible secret. He will not act. He believes the system is immutable. He came for his own conscience, to lay a ghost to rest. He does not know that he has given me the one thing I thought I had lost forever: agency. I cannot change my sentence. I cannot reclaim my daughter or my name, but I can choose what to do with the truth. I can choose to hold it, to let it burn in the private furnace of my chest. Laura wanted me to be a monster, a cautionary tale. She wanted my silence to be a testament to her cleverness, but my silence is now my own. It is not a cage she built. It is a fortress I maintain. Every day I choose not to speak. I am not obeying her. I am defying her. I am preserving the one piece of the story she cannot control, the one piece that is truly mine, the knowledge of what she really is. And that, I now understand, is a kind of freedom. The days begin to fold into one another as uniform as the laundry. I am a model of quiet industry. I speak only when necessary, and my words are functional, empty. I have learned the power of a flat expression, of a gaze that offers no reflection. The guards grow accustomed to my new, deeper silence. They see a man who has finally been broken, who has accepted his lot. They are wrong. I request access to the prison library again, telling the warden I find the silence of the laundry oppressive, that I miss the books. It is a risk, but a calculated one. They grant it. I am no longer a threat. I am a piece of furniture. Back among the stacks, I do not go to the history book. I do not need to. The photograph and the clipping are etched onto the back of my eyes. Instead, I look for books on geography, on small towns, on the quiet, anonymous places where a woman might reinvent herself with a child and a stolen nest egg. I do not look with the frantic hunger of before. I look with the detached focus of a scholar studying a distant civilization. I am learning the terrain of her peace. Jesse watches me sometimes. He has noticed the change, but he misinterprets it. He thinks I have found a kind of faith, a resignation that borders on peace. He tries to engage me and talk about his son again, about a new picture he received. I listen and I even smile, a small, tight movement of the lips that feels like a crack in stone. It encourages him. He sees a connection. I see a tool. Months pass, a routine forms. Work meals, the yard, I am a ghost, but a ghost with a purpose. I have begun to write, not a confession, not a plea. A testament. I write on stolen scraps of paper in a code of my own devising, a mix of misplaced library due dates and seemingly random letters in the margins of old periodicals. I document everything: the photograph, the clipping, the visit from Robert Davies, the true story of Laura and Paul. It is not for a lawyer. It is not for the warden. It is for the future. It is my own box labeled for the future. I hide these fragments in the books I reshelve, scattering my truth throughout the library like seeds on barren ground. It is a futile, desperate act, I know. The pages will likely be thrown away, the books pulped. But the act of writing, of secreting it away, is what matters. It is my rebellion. Laura controls the past and the present, but I am sowing the truth into the future, however slim the chance it might one day take root. One afternoon, a new batch of donated books arrives. We are to sort them, stamp them, and add them to the collection. Most are cheap paperbacks, romances, and westerns with broken spines, but at the bottom of the box is a child's picture book. It is about a lost bear finding its way home. The cover is bright, the colors simple and bold. I pick it up, my hands do not shake, I open it. On the inside front cover, written in a familiar, looping cursive, is a name: Chloe Bennett. The world does not stop, the air does not leave my lungs. I feel nothing but a cold, crystalline clarity. It is not a message. It is a coincidence, a cruel joke of the universe. A book from a library sale in some distant town, a book she once owned, has found its way here to my hands. Laura is not taunting me. She is not even thinking of me. This is simply the fallout of the life she built, a piece of debris that has drifted into my orbit. I close the book. I look at Jessie, who is absorbed in inspecting a stack of thrillers. Without a word, I slide the children's book into the cart to be processed. It will be stamped and placed on a shelf. Some other inmate, some other man with a past, might one day find it and read it to another man's child during a visitation hour. The story of the lost bear will be told. The name inside will mean nothing to anyone. I pick up the next book, a thick romance novel. I open it to the first page, ready to stamp it. And in the quiet of the library, surrounded by a million other stories, I continue with my work. The stamp comes down with a soft thud, imprinting the prison's name on the book's inner flap. The sound is final. It is the sound of containment. I work through the rest of the donations with a methodical pace, my mind a quiet pool. The appearance of Chloe's book was not a sign, it was a reminder. Her life, the one Laura crafted, is real. It has weight and substance. It leaves traces in the world. My own story is here, in this building, growing more insubstantial with each passing year. I think of the letters Robert Davies described, the ones from Laura to Paul. I imagine the words of love and planning, the secret language of two people building a future on the grave of a third. That knowledge is my anchor now. It keeps me from drifting into the old, sentimental currents of what might have been. There is no what might have been. There is only what is. Later in the yard, I stand near the fence and look at the sky. It is a pale, endless blue. Jesse comes and stands beside me, his hands shoved in his pockets. "You're quiet today," he says. It is an observation, not a question. "I am always quiet," I reply. "Yeah, but it's different. It's like you're not even here." He kicks at a loose piece of gravel. "My mom says my son took his first steps. She sent a picture. He's holding onto the coffee table, laughing." I look at him. I see the desperate need in his eyes, the need to connect his pain to mine, to believe that our experiences are parallel lines, but they are not. His story is one of regret and hope. Mine is one of excavation, of digging through layers of someone else's design to find the single, terrible fossil of the truth. "That's good," I say, my voice neutral. "He'll be running before you know it." He seems satisfied with this morsel of normalcy. He walks away, leaving me to the sky. I am not thinking of first steps. I am thinking of foundations. Laura built hers on a lie so perfect it became its own truth. My foundation is the knowledge of that lie. It is a weak, shifting thing, but it is all I have. I must build on it carefully. The next day in the library, I pull a dense, forgotten volume of local history from a high shelf. I open it to a random page. In the margin, in my own coded hand, I have written a single line. The fault was not in the earth, but in the architect. I close the book and slide it back into place. It is a message to no one and to everyone. It is a breath on a cold window, fading even as it is made. And for now, that is enough. The warden calls me into his office a week later. He is a large man, his face a roadmap of minor disappointments. He gestures for me to sit. On his desk is a file, thin and worn, my file. "Bennett," he begins, steepling his fingers, "your conduct has been exemplary. No trouble, you do your work. The laundry foreman says you ray his best man." I say nothing, I wait. "There is a new program," he continues, looking not at me but at the file. "A work release pilot, nonviolent offenders, low risk. They need custodial staff at the county vehicle depot. It is outside the walls, supervised, of course." The air in the room feels thin. This is not a possibility I had allowed myself to consider. The outside world has been a concept, a painting on a far wall. Now he is offering me a brush. "IV put your name forward," he says, finally meeting my eyes. "Your initial crime was passionate, not premeditated, and UV served a significant portion of your sentence without incident. The board is inclined to view you as rehabilitated." The word hangs in the air between us, absurd and weightless. Rehabilitated. They believe they have fixed me, sanded down my rough edges until I am smooth and safe. They have no idea that the man who walked in here, raging and broken, was a simpler creature than the one who sits before them now. "Thank you, sir," I say, the words tasting of dust. He nods, a man satisfied with a day's work. The transfer would be in a month. Think it over. I am dismissed. I walk back to my cell, my footsteps echoing in the hollow corridor. The routine of the prison seems suddenly fragile, a soap bubble shimmering around me. Work release, the county depot. It is not freedom, but it is a different kind of cage, one with a view of the world where Laura lives. This changes everything. The careful structure I have built, the fortress of my silence, was designed for this environment. Its walls are thick against the constant pressure of confinement. How will it hold up under an open sky? The truth I carry is a weapon I have kept sheathed. Outside, even under supervision, the temptation to use it might become unbearable. Or worse, the sheer proximity to her world might cause me to betray myself with a glance, a tensed muscle, a single unguarded word. Jesse is thrilled when I tell him. He sees only the movement, the progress. You ray getting out, man. Well, kinda, it has a foot in the door. I nod, letting him have his enthusiasm. He cannot understand that for me, this is not an escape. It is a promotion to a more complex level of the same game. Laura's world and my world, kept separate for so long, are about to share the same atmosphere. I will be breathing the same air she does. I will be a ghost in the periphery of her reality. And a ghost, I have learned, can be a powerful thing. It can haunt, it can whisper, it can wait. The waiting, I realize, is not over. It has just entered a new, more dangerous phase. The depot is a vast, echoing space smelling of diesel fumes and old concrete. The ceiling is high, supported by steel girders, and the air is cold in a way the prison laundry never was. It is a functional, joyless place. My job is to sweep the floors, empty the trash cans in the offices that line one wall, and clean the bathrooms used by the mechanics and clerks. A guard named Evans sits on a folding chair by the main roll-up door, reading a newspaper. His supervision is a loose tether. For the first few days, I keep my head down. I learn the rhythms of the place, the mechanics with their loud jokes and grease-stained hands, the office workers who barely look at me, a silent man in a gray uniform pushing a mop. I am part of the scenery, a piece of human equipment. It is a familiar feeling. On the third day, I am cleaning the break room. There is a small television mounted high in the corner, tuned to a local news station. It is just background noise until a story comes on about a charity fundraiser for the local children's hospital. The camera pans across a crowd of well-dressed people, and there she is. Laura. She's standing near the back, her arm linked with that of a man I don't recognize. She is thinner, her hair is shorter and styled differently, but it is her. She is smiling, a polite, public smile that doesn't reach her eyes. The caption at the bottom of the screen reads, Laura Vance, Event Coordinator. Vance, her maiden name. She has shed me completely. The mop handle is cold and solid in my hands. I do not stop sweeping. I push the gray water across the tiles, watching the suds break and reform. The image of her is burned onto my retinas, but my body continues its work. This is the test, and I am passing it. I am a ghost. I am nothing. The news segment ends. A commercial for a car dealership begins. I empty the mop bucket, rinse it out, and move on to the offices. The first one belongs to the depot manager. His desk is cluttered. Next to a framed photo of a fishing boat is a large, wall-mounted calendar. It is open to the current month. I see the manager has scribbled appointments in various boxes. My eyes drift over it, taking in the mundane details of a free man's life, and I see it. In one of the squares, written in red pen, are the words LV site visit, 10 a.m. My blood turns to ice. It is a coincidence. It has to be. LV could be anyone. Lawrence Vogel, Liam Vance. It means nothing. But I cannot unsee it. The initials hang on the wall, a tiny, cryptic hook snagging the fabric of my new reality. I finish cleaning the office and move to the next. My hands are steady, but my mind is racing. A site visit. What site here? The following Tuesday at 5 minutes to 10, I am mopping the hallway outside the manager's office. I am not supposed to be here at this time. My schedule usually has me in the vehicle bays. I told Evans I'd spilled a coffee and needed to clean it immediately. He just grunted. At 10 o'clock precisely, a silver sedan pulls into the visitor's lot. The driver's door opens and Laura gets out. She is wearing a navy blue pantsuit. She looks professional, capable. She smooths her jacket and walks toward the main entrance, a clipboard in her hand. She does not look like a woman haunted. She looks like a woman with a meeting. I step back into the shallow alcove of a janitor's closet. The door is slightly ajar. I watch through the crack. She enters the building, speaks to the receptionist, and is directed toward the manager's office. She walks past my alcove. I can smell her perfume. It is the same one she used to wear. The scent hits me like a physical blow, a time machine straight to a past that was already a lie. She disappears into the office. The door closes. I lean against the cold metal of the closet door, my heart hammering against my ribs. This is not a coincidence. This is the universe bending, the narrative twisting to bring us into alignment. She is here. In my world, the ghost is in the room with the architect. I do not move, I wait. I hear the office door open again 20 minutes later. Laughter, the manager's booming voice. Always a pleasure, Laura. The bid looks great. Well, thank you, Steve. We'll be in touch. Her footsteps recede. The main door swishes open and closed. I wait another 5 minutes before emerging. The hallway is empty. The scent of her perfume still hangs in the air, a fading ghost. I walk to the large window overlooking the parking lot. Her car is still there. She's sitting in the driver's seat, her head bowed. For a long moment she doesn't move. Then I see her shoulders shake, just once, a single, silent sob that she quickly suppresses. She straightens up, starts the car, and drives away. She is not happy. The realization is a small, dark flower blooming in the frozen tundra of my heart. Her perfect life, built on my ruin, has cracks. I turn from the window and pick up my mop. The water in the bucket is now cold. The work is still here. The waiting is still here, but something has changed. The ghost is no longer content to simply haunt. It wants to read the blueprints. It wants to find the fault lines. Story 4. The dust never truly settled in the old farmhouse. It was a permanent, fine gold particulate suspended in the columns of late afternoon light that cut through the windows. But this was different. On the mantelpiece, in the profound and waiting silence that had fallen over the Harrington home, a single porcelain shepherdess trembled. It was an imperceptible movement at first, a vibration felt more than seen, the delicate figure in her painted dress quivering as if from a chill. There was no breeze. The windows were sealed against the encroaching Iowa night. The tremor ceased as suddenly as it had begun, leaving only the shepherdess and the silence, a silent witness to the vacancy that now filled the house. Outside, the fields of corn stood black and gold under a bruised plum sky. The police cars arrived with their lights spinning silent red washes across the white clapboard siding, their doors opening and closing with a series of solid, final thuds that seemed an obscenity in the quiet. Detective Eliezer Moss stood on the porch, the worn boards creaking under his weight. He was a man built of patience and worn leather, his face a roadmap of long nights and small disappointments. He inhaled the scent of cut grass and the faint, metallic tang of the coming autumn, and beneath it something else, something coppery and wrong that seeped from the very pores of the house. Inside, the story was written in a language of violence. It was in the overturned chair in the dining room, the shattered glass of a family portrait, the dark, tacky blooms on the floral wallpaper. Arthur Harrington, the town's most respected banker, was found in his study, slumped over his mahogany desk as if in deep, final thought, if not for the ruin at the back of his skull. His wife, Alina, lay at the foot of the stairs, one hand outstretched towards the front door, a final, futile reach for an escape that was not to be. Their son, Michael, barely 18, was in the kitchen, fallen near the telephone, the receiver dangling and humming its dead tone to the floor. The only thing more unsettling than the violence was the silence that had consumed it, a thick, woolly quiet that pressed against the eardrums. The town of Blackwater Bend was a place where people still left their keys in the ignition at the grocery store. It was a community built on the bedrock of familiarity, where every face had a name and every name a history. The Harrington slaughter was not just a crime, it was a tear in the fabric of their world. The suspicion that bloomed in its wake was a slow-growing, poisonous vine. It crept from porch to porch, in the low conversations at the diner, in the way neighbors now looked at each other, really looked, wondering what capacity for darkness lay behind a familiar smile. Two men were missing from the town's usual ecology, Leo Jenner and Samuel Cady. Leo, who mended fences and broke horses on the outlying farms, a man whose quiet intensity was usually mistaken for simple-mindedness. Samuel, who drifted from one odd job to another, his eyes holding a frantic, caged light, his hands never still. They were men of the margins, their lives a collection of small hardships and smaller paychecks. They had been seen drinking together at the Stumble in the night of the murders, their voices a low, angry rumble in the corner. And now they were gone. Ben Corvin arrived from the city a week later. He was a reporter for a true crime magazine, his own history a carefully curated collection of other people's tragedies. He checked into the Blackwater Motel, the neon sign flickering a sickly pink through his thin curtains. He was an outsider, a scavenger of sorrow, and the town regarded him with a cold, unified suspicion. But Ben had a way about him, a quiet persistence that could loosen tongues. He sat in vinyl booths and on porch swings, listening, his notebook filling with the shaky handwriting of a community in shock. He learned about Arthur Harrington's quiet ruthlessness in foreclosing on the Miller farm. He heard the whispers about Aliner's charity work, a performance of virtue that masked a core of cold judgment. He saw how Michael, the golden boy, had tormented Leo for his shyness, his slow way of speaking. The perfect family began to show its hairline fractures, tiny cracks in the gleaming porcelain. Eliezer Moss worked the evidence. It was a sparse and frustrating harvest, a muddy boot print on the kitchen linoleum, size 11. A single coarse brown hair caught on a splinter of the broken banister. A witness, old Mrs. Gable from across the street, claimed she saw two figures running through the cornfield behind the Harrington property just after 10. She could not be sure of their faces, only their shapes, dark and frantic against the deeper dark of the night. It was enough for a warrant, for a manhunt that stretched across the state, their faces staring out from grainy photocopies on post office walls. Leo and Samuel were found 3 weeks later, holed up in a derelict hunting cabin deep in the state forest. They were thin, haunted, their clothes hanging from their frames like rags on a scarecrow. They did not resist. They simply looked up as the door was kicked in, their eyes holding a flat, exhausted surrender. In the trunk of the stolen car they were found in, wrapped in an oil-stained rag, was a .38 revolver. 2 chambers were empty. The interrogation room at the county seat was a small, airless box. Eliezer sat across from Leo Jenner, the table a scarred expanse of wood between them. Leo's hands were cuffed in his lap, his big, calloused fingers intertwined. He smelled of sweat and pine sap and despair. "Tell me about that night, Leo," Eliezer said, his voice soft, almost conversational. Leo's gaze was fixed on a point on the wall somewhere beyond Eliezer's shoulder. "We just went there to talk," he murmured, "to ask Mr. Harrington about the loan, for Sam's mom. The bank was gonna take her house." "And what did Mr. Harrington say?" "He laughed, said business was business. Sam, he started yelling. It all happened so fast." "What happened fast, Leo?" There was a glass paperweight on the desk, blue with a white swirl in the middle. Sam picked it up, he was just so angry. Mrs. Harrington came in, she was screaming. Michael came out of the kitchen. He had a knife, a big one from the block. It was all noise and movement. Then the noise stopped, and it was quiet, so quiet. His voice trailed off, his eyes losing their focus, retreating into the memory. Eliezer let the silence stretch, a tool as effective as any bright light or raised voice. He saw the story not as a premeditated plan, but as a terrible, spontaneous combustion. Poverty and pride and a lifetime of being looked down upon, meeting the unyielding wall of respectability, and the spark that was Samuel Cady's volatile, broken mind. Samuel's interrogation was a different beast. He was a live wire, twitching and burning. "He deserved it," Samuel spat, his eyes blazing. They all did, living in that big house, looking at us like we were dirt on their shoes. He was gonna throw my sick mother out on the street, my mother. So you decided to teach him a lesson, Eliezer stated, not asked. It wasn't tea like that, Samuel said, but there was a flicker of uncertainty in his fury. It was Leo. He was the one. He always talked about the Harringtons, about the wife, how she looked at him. He hated them. He wanted to make them see. Make them see what, Samuel? See us, he whispered, his energy suddenly draining away. He just wanted them to see us. The trial was a spectacle. The prosecution painted a picture of cold-blooded murder, of two shiftless men driven by envy and a thirst for what they could not have. The boot print matched Leo's work boots. The hair was his. The gun was traced to a pawn shop Samuel had frequented. The motive was a twisted brew of revenge and opportunity. Ben Corvin sat in the back of the courtroom, watching. He saw the performance of justice, the clean lines of the narrative being drawn, but the story he was piecing together in his motel room at night was messier, more ambiguous. It was a story of two different kinds of brokenness. Leo, who carried the quiet scars of a childhood spent in the shadow of an alcoholic father, a boy who learned to make himself small and invisible. He had fixated on Eleanor Harrington, on her cool blonde grace, constructing a fragile fantasy where she might one day see the good man beneath the rough exterior. Samuel, whose mind was a cracked mirror, reflecting a world that had always been hostile, who saw conspiracy in every minor slight and found in Leo a rare, unquestioning loyalty. The night of the murders, according to the story Ben reconstructed from fragments and whispers, began as a desperate plea and curdled, moment by moment, into a nightmare. Samuel's rage was the accelerant, but Leo's deep, simmering resentment was the fuel. Perhaps Arthur Harrington's dismissive laugh was the match. Perhaps it was Eleanor's look of disgust. Perhaps Michael coming at them with the knife was the final, irreversible step over the edge. The truth was not a single thing, but a shattered mosaic, and each man held a different set of pieces. The jury found them guilty. The sentence was life without parole. In the final moments, as the judge's gavel fell with a sound like a bone breaking, Leo turned and his eyes met Ben's across the crowded room. There was no plea, no anger, no remorse in that look, only a vast, hollow exhaustion and something else, something that would haunt Ben for years to come. It was a look of quiet, terrible knowledge, a secret shared and immediately buried. The story should have ended there, justice served, the monster identified and caged, the town left to heal its wound. But some wounds do not heal. They merely scar over, a rough, numb patch that aches when the weather changes. Years later, Ben, now older and wearier, was cleaning out his home office. In a box of old notebooks from Blackwater Bend, he found it. Tucked between the pages of his initial interviews was a Polaroid he had taken of the Harrington living room during the investigation, before the forensics team had finished. He had forgotten all about it. The photo was washed out, the colors bleached by time. It showed the mantelpiece, the vacant space where the shepherdess had been, the dust outlines of other knickknacks. And there on the floor, just visible in the bottom corner of the image, partly obscured by the leg of an armchair, was a man's leather work glove. It was caked in dried mud. Ben stared at the photograph, his breath catching in his throat. He had never seen that glove in any evidence log. It was never entered into the record. It was never mentioned in the trial. He thought of Leo's confession, his story of the chaos, the noise, the sudden, shocking violence. He thought of the quiet that followed. He thought of that single, trembling shepherdess on the mantel, a vibration from a slammed door, a heavy footfall, or perhaps from the careful, deliberate replacement of an object knocked askew in a struggle. A final, imperceptible adjustment made by a hand that was not supposed to be there. The trial was over, the men were in prison, the town had moved on, but the photograph remained, a silent, accusatory square of faded chemicals and captured light. And the glove, dark and forgotten in the corner of the frame, lay where it had fallen or where it had been placed, its empty fingers curled into a loose fist, holding a question that would now never be answered. He sat there for a long time, the hum of the city outside his window a distant, irrelevant thing. The motel room in Blackwater Bend seemed to materialize around him, the smell of stale cigarette smoke and cheap disinfectant filling his nostrils. He could feel the weight of the town's suspicion, the closed-off faces, the story they had all agreed to believe because it was clean and it made sense and it allowed them to sleep at night. The glove, it was a simple, brutal fact that changed everything and nothing. It was a key to a door that had been welded shut and painted over years ago. Who would care now? The Harrington family was dust. Leo and Samuel were ghosts in a concrete tomb. The official record was closed, the case a neat, bound file in a warehouse somewhere. But Ben Corvin was a man built on the foundation of other people's stories, and he understood that the truth, however inconvenient, had a weight of its own. He spent the next week in a fugue state, ignoring new assignments, his life narrowing to the four walls of his study and the ghost of that farmhouse. He dug out every interview, every transcript, every photograph. He cross-referenced the evidence logs from the trial, the list of every item cataloged from the Harrington home. No glove. Not a single mention. He found the number buried in an old notebook. It took 3 transfers and 20 minutes on hold before a weary-sounding clerk at the state penitentiary confirmed that yes, Eliezer Moss had passed away 2 years prior. A quiet end for a quiet man. The last person who might have had an answer was gone. The only path left was the source itself. The request for a visit was a long shot. He was just a reporter, and Leo Jenner had never granted an interview, never spoken to the press after his conviction. The form letter of denial came back in 10 days. Ben wrote a personal letter, a plea on a single sheet of paper. He did not mention the glove. He wrote about the shepherdess, about the quality of the silence he had felt in that house, a silence that seemed to have a shape and an intention. He mailed it and tried to forget. The response came a month later, a plain envelope with the prison's return address. Inside was a single lined sheet of paper, the handwriting slow and deliberate, each letter formed with painstaking care. Mr. Corvin, it began, I remember your eyes in the courtroom. You were the only one who looked confused. Everyone else looked satisfied. I have thought about that silence too. It was the loudest thing I have ever heard. You can come. The visiting room was a cavern of echoing noise and cheap paint. Leo Jenner was led in, his big frame diminished by the shapeless prison denim, his hair gone fully gray. His hands, still those same calloused workman's hands, rested on the table between them. His eyes held the same hollow exhaustion, but there was a new clarity in them, a sharpness that had been burnished by decades of nothing but time. Ben didn't waste words. He slid a copy of the Polaroid across the table, his finger pointing to the glove in the corner. It was never in the evidence, Leo, Ben said, his voice low. No one ever saw it but me. What happened? Leo looked at the photograph for a long time, his expression unreadable. He did not seem surprised. He let out a slow breath, a sigh that seemed to come from the bottom of his soul. It was Sam S., he said, his voice a dry rustle. He dropped it when he picked up the paperweight. In all of the mess afterwards, I saw it there. I picked it up. I was going to give it back to him, but then I saw her, the leaner, at the foot of the stairs, and I knew it was over, all of it, so I put it in my pocket. I forgot about it until we were in the woods days later. I threw it in a river. He fell silent, his story told. It was a perfect, logical explanation. It tied up the loose end. But Ben was watching his eyes, and he saw the flicker, the briefest retreat into some hidden interior space as he spoke the last sentence. He was lying. "Why are you really here, Mr. Corvin?" Leo asked before Ben could form his next question. "You think you can dig up the truth after all this time? The truth is a shallow grave. Nothing grows there." "I think the story you and Samuel told wasn't the whole story," Ben said. "I think there was someone else in that house." Leo's face closed like a fist. There was no one else. It was just me and Sam. We told you what happened. The court said what happened. That's the story. He leaned forward then, his voice dropping to a whisper that was almost inaudible under the room's din. "Let it be. Some stones are better left unturned, for everyone." The guard signaled the end of the visit. As Leo stood, his cuffed hands hanging before him, he gave Ben one last, long look. It was not the look of a man hiding his own guilt, but of a man burdened by a secret that was not his to tell. It was a look of warning. Ben sat alone in the suddenly empty chair, the echo of that warning settling around him. The glove was not Samuel S. Leo had protected someone that night, and he was protecting them still. The real story of what happened in the Harrington house was not about two men. It was about three, and the third man was still out there. The drive back from the prison was a blur of gray highway and swirling thoughts. Leo's final warning was a cold stone in Ben's gut. He wasn't just protecting someone, he was afraid of them. The third man wasn't a fellow victim of circumstance. He was a predator who had walked away clean, and Leo believed he was still dangerous. Ben's mind raced through the old interviews, the cast of characters from Blackwater Bend. He thought of the boot print, size 11. Leo wore a 12, Samuel a 10. He thought of the coarse brown hair, consistent with Leo's, but what about the other farmers, the other laborers? He had focused so much on the marginalized that he had ignored the town's center. Who stood to gain from Arthur Harrington's death? The question felt crude, a click from a bad detective novel, but now it seemed vital. He remembered a name mentioned only in passing, Frank Durning, Arthur's business partner in a few speculative land deals. Durning had been at the funeral, a broad, solid man with a handshake that felt like a challenge. He had been polite but firm with Ben, deflecting questions about Arthur's business practices with a smooth, rehearsed ease. He had taken over Harrington's holdings, consolidated them. He was now, by all accounts, the wealthiest man in the county. Ben spent the next 2 days in the local library's archives, the microfilm machine whirring softly. He wasn't looking for crime reports anymore. He was looking for business news, property transfers, anything related to Durning and Harrington. He found it in a small article from 6 months before the murders, a disagreement over a large parcel of land on the edge of the state forest. Harrington wanted to sell to a conservation trust. Durning wanted to develop it into a private hunting reserve for wealthy clients. Harrington held the majority share. His vote was the only one that mattered. The deal died with him. Durning eventually got the land, and his hunting reserve was built. It was a motive, a cold financial motive that made the messy, emotional rage of Leo and Samuel look like a convenient smokescreen. Ben drove out to the Durning property. It was not a farm, but an estate surrounded by a high black iron fence. The gate was intercom operated. He pressed the button and identified himself. There was a long silence, then a click, and the gate swung open. It felt less like an invitation and more like a trap being sprung. Frank Durning was waiting for him on the vast stone patio behind the house. He was older, heavier, but the same imposing figure. He didn't offer a handshake this time. "Corvin," he said, his voice flat, "I heard you were sniffing around again. I thought you city folks had moved on to fresher tragedies." Something came up, Ben said, staying by his car. An inconsistency in the old case, a piece of evidence that was never logged. Durning took a sip from a glass of iced tea. "Is that so? And what piece of evidence would that be?" "A glove," Ben said, watching his face closely. "A work glove found in the living room." Durning's expression did not change. He took another slow sip. "I imagine all sorts of things were found in that house. It was a bloody mess." He set his glass down on a stone table with a definitive click. "Let me give you some advice, son. This town is healthy again. It has forgotten that ugliness. You digging it up doesn't help anyone. It just stirs up pain. Leo and Samuel are where they belong. Everyone knows that." Everyone believed that, Ben corrected, but I am not sure everyone knows the whole story. The whole story, Durning smiled, a thin, unpleasant stretching of his lips. The whole story is that two no-account drifters killed a good family. The court proved it. The town accepted it. That's the only story that matters. He took a step forward and his genial tone evaporated, replaced by something hard and final. "Your visit is over. Get off my land. And if I hear you've been bothering people in town with these fantasies, we'll have a different kind of conversation." The threat hung in the clean, country air. Ben got back in his car and drove away, his hands tight on the wheel. He looked in the rearview mirror. Durning was still standing there, watching him go, a solid, unmovable fixture in the landscape. That night in his motel room, Ben knew he had reached the end. He had the truth, or a version of it, but he had no proof. Only a forgotten photograph and the word of a convicted murderer against one of the most powerful men in the state. Durning was right. The town had chosen its story. It was a story that allowed them to sleep, a story that placed the evil on the outside, in the familiar forms of the strange and the poor. To suggest that the monster was one of their own, a pillar of the community, was not just an accusation. It was a blasphemy. He packed his bag. He placed the notebook and the Polaroid in a large envelope, and on a fresh sheet of paper, he wrote a detailed account of his conversation with Leo and his confrontation with Durning. He sealed it all inside and addressed it to his lawyer in the city, with instructions to open it only in the event of his death. It was a melodramatic gesture, but the cold certainty in Durning's eyes had made it feel necessary. As he drove out of Blackwater Bend for the last time, the first light of dawn was bleeding into the sky. He passed the old Harrington place. The house had been torn down years ago, the land sold off. A new, generic subdivision stood in its place. There was no ghost, no memory, just freshly paved roads and identical houses. The town had not just moved on, it had erased the wound entirely. But Ben knew that the real killer was not in a cage. He was on his stone patio, drinking iced tea, secure in his victory. And Leo Jenner, a man capable of a terrible, passionate crime, had proven capable of a different, more terrible virtue. A loyalty so profound he would spend his life in prison to protect the man who had truly orchestrated his ruin. The silence that had fallen after the murders had never really been broken. It had just been buried under a newer, more comfortable quiet. And as Ben left the town behind, he carried that silence with him, a weight he knew he would never be able to put down. The envelope felt flimsy and insignificant in his briefcase, a pathetic shield against the cold reality of what he now knew. He drove for hours, the monotony of the road a counterpoint to the chaos in his mind. He thought of Leo, of the decades spent in a concrete box, living with a secret that was not his own. He thought of Samuel, whose broken mind had been so easily manipulated, a perfect tool for a colder, smarter kind of violence. And he thought of Frank Durning, who had not just gotten away with murder, but had profited from it, building his empire on the graves of a family and the ruined lives of two pawns. He stopped at a roadside diner, the coffee bitter and stale. He took out his phone, his thumb hovering over the search bar. He typed in Frank Durning Blackwater Bend Hunting Reserve. The results were mostly local business articles, charity events, a photo of him cutting a ribbon for a new community center, a pillar of the community. Ben scrolled further, past the first page of sanitized results. He found an old forum, a thread for hunting enthusiasts. Someone had asked about the Reserve-S policy on guided tour. A user with the handle Silent Hunter had replied, boasting about the quality of the land, the trophy bucks he debagged there. He deposted a picture. It was a grainy photo of a man standing beside a felled 10-point buck, one boot propped proudly on the animal's flank. The man's face was mostly obscured by a cap and sunglasses, but the glove on his right hand was clearly visible. It was a leatherwork glove, dark and sturdy, identical in every way to the one in the Polaroid. Ben's heart hammered against his ribs. It was nothing, he told himself. A common glove, thousands of men own gloves like that, but the coincidence was a screaming siren in his mind. He zoomed in on the picture, his fingers clumsy on the screen. The glove on the man's hand was worn, but there on the back of the wrist was a small, distinct scar in the leather, a pale, crescent-shaped mark. He fumbled for the magnified copy of the Polaroid he had made. He held his phone screen next to it. The image was poor, the Polaroid faded, but there it was. The same mark, the same glove. He had not just a story, he had a piece of evidence. It was circumstantial, laughably so in a court of law, but it was a thread, and threads could be pulled. He paid for his coffee and walked back to his car, the morning sun feeling suddenly hostile. He knew what he had to do. He could not go to the police, Durning on the police. He could not publish the story. It was libel without more proof, and no reputable outlet would touch it. There was only one person left who might be able to unravel the truth, a person whose own brokenness might finally align with justice. He drove to the state's other maximum security prison, the one that housed Samuel. Samuel, whose mind was a cracked mirror. Samuel, who saw conspiracy in every minor slight. Ben's request for a visit was met with even more skepticism than Leo's had been. Samuel had no visitors. He had not spoken a coherent word to anyone in years, the guard said. He was largely catatonic, lost in his own fractured world. Ben insisted. He cited his old press credentials, his historical knowledge of the case. He was eventually granted a 15-minute window. The room was different, smaller, the air thick with the smell of antiseptic and despair. Samuel was brought in, a shuffling, gaunt specter. His hair was a wild, greasy mane, his eyes vacant and unfocused. He did not look at Ben. He sat, his cuffed hands resting in his lap, and stared at a crack in the table. "Samuel," Ben began, his voice gentle. "My name is Ben Corvin. I spoke to you a long time ago about the Harringtons." No reaction. The man was a shell. "I saw Leo recently," Ben continued. "He told me something. He told me about the glove." At the word glove, Samuel's head twitched, a minute, bird-like motion. His eyes remained fixed on the crack. "It wasn't his glove, was it, Samuel?" Ben pressed, his voice barely a whisper. "It was the other man's, the one who was there, the one who told you what to do." Samuel began to rock very slowly, back and forth. A low hum started in his throat. "He used you, Samuel, he used you and Leo. He let you take the fall, he out there, he rich, he free." The humming grew louder, more agitated. Samuel's eyes darted around the room, never landing on Ben, seeing things that weren't there. "He was your friend, wasn't he?" Ben said, the pieces clicking into a terrible, obvious place. "He was the only one who was ever nice to you. He listened to you. He made you feel important. He told you about the conspiracy, about how the Harringtons were part of it. He gave you a purpose." Samuel stopped rocking. He stopped humming. He slowly, very slowly lifted his head. His eyes, for the first time, focused on Ben. They were not vacant. They were filled with a lucid, terrifying clarity. "He said they were poison," Samuel whispered, his voice raspy from disuse. "He said they were a cancer on the town. He said it was a righteous cleansing. He said he would protect us. He promised." "He promised," Ben repeated softly, "and then he broke his promise." Samuel's face crumpled. The clarity vanished, replaced by a childlike confusion and a bottomless grief. A single, clean tear traced a path through the grime on his cheek. He looked down at his cuffed hands, then back up at Ben. "He was wearing the nice gloves," he said, his voice a little stronger, as if recalling a fond memory. "The brown ones. He told me to pick up the heavy thing, the glass thing, and then there was so much noise, and then it was quiet. He gave me a candy. He said I was a good soldier." Then he looked past Ben at the blank wall, and his face went slack again. The moment of lucidity was over. The door to his mind had slammed shut. The guard came and led him away, a shuffling, broken man once more. Ben sat in the silence, the words echoing in his head. He was wearing the nice gloves. It was a confession of a kind, a testimony from a world that made no sense, yet held one stark truth. Frank Durning had not just been there. He had been the general. He had directed the battle, and he had rewarded his soldier with a piece of candy. Ben walked out into the blinding afternoon sun. He had his proof now. It was not the kind of proof that would ever stand in a court of law. It was a story, a tragic, awful story of two different kinds of brokenness being exploited by a third, more calculating evil. He got in his car and started the engine. He didn't know where he was going or what he would do, but the silence was gone. It had been replaced by the low, steady whisper of a truth that could never be tried, but would now forever be known. The whisper became a constant companion on the long drive home. It was in the hum of the tires on the asphalt, a low, insistent recitation of the facts. Frank Durning, the architect; Leo Jenner, the loyal guard; Samuel, the broken weapon. Ben had assembled the terrible truth like a man piecing together a bomb, only to find he had no way to detonate it. The legal system was a locked door, and Durning held the only key. For days he moved through his city life like a ghost. The article he was supposed to be writing felt trivial, meaningless. His editor asked about his trip, and Ben gave a non-committal answer about dead ends and cold trails. The lie tasted like ash. He had become a part of the silence, another keeper of the awful secret. He thought about mailing the envelope to a newspaper, any newspaper, but he knew what would happen. A cease and desist letter from Durning's lawyers would arrive before the ink was dry. The story would be buried and he would be sued into oblivion. He thought of going to the state police, but the jurisdiction was a tangled mess, and Durning's influence was a long shadow. He had the testimony of a catatonic man and a photograph of a glove. It was nothing. The frustration was a physical ache. He had pursued the story for the thrill of the puzzle, for the professional accolade of solving the unsolvable. But now he was mired in it, a witness to an injustice so complete it felt like a fundamental law of the universe. The guilty prospered, the broken were punished. The world was not a machine that craved truth. It was a creature that preferred comfortable lies. One rainy Tuesday, he found himself in a used bookstore, a place he frequented when his mind was too crowded. He was browsing the true crime section, a morbid impulse, when a title caught his eye: Blackwater Bend, The Harvest of Fear. It was a self-published, poorly printed paperback from the late 90s. He pulled it from the shelf. The authoress name was unfamiliar. The cover was a grainy, ominous picture of a cornfield. He bought it for a few dollars, a curio. That night he read it. It was full of conspiracy theories and wild speculation, most of it nonsense. But in a chapter titled The Unseen Hand, the author, a disgraced former town clerk, posited a theory about Frank Durning. He had no proof, only rumors and circumstantial observations about the land deals. The book had predictably sunk without a trace. The author had died a few years later, penniless and ridiculed. Ben closed the book, a new, cold resolve settling over him. He saw the pattern now. Durning didn't just use the law, he used the court of public opinion. He smothered dissent with lawsuits and ridicule. He made truth-tellers look like fools. Ben couldn't beat him with the truth, but he could perhaps, with enough patience, make the truth too loud to ignore. He went to his computer. He created a new, anonymous email account. He began to write, not a news article, but a narrative. He wove together the official record, Leo's confession about the glove, Samuel's heartbreaking testimony, the photograph, the hunting forum picture, and the theories from the forgotten book. He presented it not as an accusation, but as an unresolved mystery, a series of troubling questions that deserved a fresh look. He gave it a simple title: The Third Man of Blackwater Bend. He did not send it to a publisher. He uploaded it to a public document sharing site. He posted the link on a dozen true crime forums, on Reddit threads dedicated to unsolved mysteries, in the comment sections of old articles about the case. He was a ghost, seeding the digital world with a story. For a week, nothing happened. A few users commented, calling it interesting or a reach. Then a popular true crime podcast with a massive following picked it up. The host, a woman with a sharp, analytical mind, devoted a full episode to Ben's document. She called the evidence circumstantial but profoundly compelling. She focused on Samuel's statement, on the chilling simplicity of he was wearing the nice gloves. The story began to spread. It was shared, discussed, dissected. Amateur internet sleuths dug up old yearbook photos of Frank Durning, compared them to the hunting picture. They found records of the land dispute, corroborating the motive. The whisper was becoming a murmur, and the murmur was growing into a chorus. Ben watched it all from behind his anonymous shield. He saw the first news article appear, a cautious piece from a regional paper titled New Questions in Decades-Old Murder Case. Then another. Frank Durning's lawyers issued a statement calling the online speculation defamatory fiction and threatening legal action. but you can sue the internet. The genie was out of the bottle. A month later, sitting in his apartment, Ben saw the notification on his phone. The state's Attorney General, prompted by the public pressure and the formal petition of a pro bono legal group working on Leo's behalf, was announcing a formal review of the Harrington murder case. There would be no arrests, not yet, but the stone had been turned. Ben felt no triumph, only a grim sense of closure. He knew a conviction was still a distant, unlikely prospect, but Leo Jenner would now have a chance, however slim, at a new hearing. The world would now look at Frank Durning and see not a pillar of the community, but a suspect. The comfortable silence of Blackwater Bend had been shattered forever. He walked to his window, looking out at the city lights. He thought of Leo in his cell and wondered if the news had reached him. He thought of Samuel, lost in his own world, unaware that the ghost of his past was finally being given a name. The truth was a shallow grave, Leo had said. Nothing grows there. But Ben had learned that sometimes, if you dig long enough and shout loud enough, you can at least let the sun hit the dirt. And that for now had to be enough. He did not sleep that night. The city's ambient glow through his window felt like the glare of an interrogation lamp. He had set something in motion, a slow, grinding wheel of justice, or at least of scrutiny. But the human cost of his victory felt immense and personal. He had used Samuel's fractured mind as a tool, just as Durning had. The method was different, the intent was purer, but the act of prying open that broken door left a stain on his conscience. A week later, an email arrived in his anonymous account. It was from a number he didn't recognize, sent from a secure service. The message was brief and devoid of any identifying marks. It read, "The orchard remembers, the well is deep." He felt a cold knot tighten in his stomach. It was a line from the forgotten book he had cited, a piece of the author's florid prose about the land itself holding secrets. It was also a threat, Durning knew. He had traced the digital breadcrumbs back to their source. Ben deleted the email and the account, but the words lingered. He had underestimated the man's reach. This was not a public relations battle anymore. It was a private war. He spent the next few days looking over his shoulder, jumping at every unexpected sound. He considered getting a gun, but the thought felt alien and foolish. He was a writer, not a fighter. The state's review proceeded with bureaucratic slowness. News reports were sporadic, focusing on the legal process rather than the sensational details. The story had peaked in the public consciousness and was now receding, becoming just another true crime curiosity. Ben feared that the momentum was dying, that Durning's money and influence would simply outlast the temporary outrage. Then a break came from an unexpected direction. A woman contacted the legal group representing Leo. She was the granddaughter of the disgraced clerk who had written the book. She had been cleaning out her mother's attic and had found a box of her grandfather's research. In it, buried beneath piles of notes, was a micro-cassette tape. The label, written in her grandfather's shaky hand, read F.D. Ray, Harrington Land Diner. Ben learned about it when the lead attorney, a relentlessly energetic woman named Anya Sharma, called him on his private line. "We had it digitized," she said, her voice crackling with excitement. "It's poor quality. Lots of ambient noise from a coffee shop, but it's him. It's Durning. He was younger, but it's his voice." Ben held his breath. What does he say? "Yes, talking to my client's grandfather, trying to bully him into dropping the book. He denies everything, of course, but then right at the end, as he's leaving, he says something. The old man must have kept the recorder running. Durning says, 'You're digging in the wrong place, old man. You want to find something rotten, look at the family. Not mine, theirs. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree.' Then there's a pause, and he adds, almost as an afterthought, 'Some trees just need to be cut down.'" It wasn't a confession. It was another chilling implication, a glimpse into the man's contempt. But combined with everything else, it was another thread. The noose of public opinion was tightening, not with a single rope, but with 1,000 tiny strings. The tape was leaked online. This time the response was different. It wasn't just true crime enthusiasts, it was everyone. The callousness in Durning's voice, the naked threat, was something people could feel in their bones. The story was no longer about a decades-old murder. It was about power, corruption, and the arrogance of a man who believed he was untouchable. Ben saw the photograph on the front page of a national newspaper the next morning. Frank Durning leaving his gated community, his face a stony mask, shielding himself from the cameras with a briefcase. For the first time, he didn't look like a powerful patriarch. He looked like a cornered animal. The comfortable life he had built was crumbling around him. The community that had protected him was now looking at him with suspicious eyes. The empire of quiet was falling to the sound of a single, persistent voice. Ben felt no urge to go back to witness the downfall. His part was done. He had started the fire, others would now tend it. He thought of Leo, and he allowed himself a sliver of hope. He thought of Samuel, and he felt that familiar pang of sorrow. And he thought of the Harrington family, their memory finally being disentangled from the lies that had buried them. The truth was not a neat package tied with a bow. It was messy and painful and rarely led to a perfect ending, but it was real. And for the first time since he'd driven away from Blackwater Bend, the weight he carried felt not like a burden, but like an anchor. It was heavy, but it held him fast to the world as it was, not as he wished it to be. He spent the next few days in a state of heightened vigilance, the city sounds now seeming to hold a hidden menace. The email had been a shot across the bow, a reminder that Frank Durning was not a passive target. He was a hunter, and Ben had strayed into his territory. He changed his routines, avoided his usual haunts, and kept the lights off in his apartment longer than necessary, watching the street from behind the blinds. The public spectacle continued to unfold at a distance. A major network news magazine aired a segment titled "The Shadow Over Blackwater Bend," featuring a grainy, enhanced version of the hunting photo and a dramatic reading of part of Samuel's testimony by an actor. The segment was criticized for being sensational, but it kept the story alive. Ben watched it with a detached coldness, seeing his life's work transformed into primetime entertainment. He was glad for the anonymity, for the distance. The story was a beast now, and it had its own hunger. A second email never came. The threat, it seemed, had been a warning to back off, a final attempt to intimidate. But Ben knew the game was past that. The legal review was a real process, and the public pressure was a tangible force. He allowed himself to believe that Durning's power had its limits, that he was now playing a defensive game. 2 weeks later, Anya Sharma called again. Her voice was different this time, stripped of its earlier excitement, replaced by a sober, almost reverent tone. "We've had a development with Samuel," she said. "The state psychiatric evaluator was conducting a standard assessment. He has been mostly unresponsive, but yesterday he was looking out the window at a rainstorm. He said one clear sentence. The evaluator wrote it down verbatim." Ben's hand tightened on the phone. What did he say? "He said he told me to put the shiny thing in the red box." Ben felt the air leave his lungs. The shiny thing, the trophy, the red box. "We think he means the mailbox, Ben. The old Harrington mailbox at the end of the driveway was painted red. The police report listed it as being checked, but it was empty. They assumed the killer or killers had taken the mail. What if they didn't? What if Samuel, on Durning's orders, put something in it?" "The glove," Ben whispered. "He's talking about the other glove. Durning told him to dispose of it. He put it in the mailbox." "It's a long shot," Anya said. "That mailbox is gone. The post was replaced 30 years ago. The land has been worked over a dozen times, but it's a specific, credible detail from a key witness. It's enough for a warrant. They're going to excavate the area where the old mailbox stood." The news was not public. Ben waited, the anticipation of physical pressure in his chest. He imagined the scene, the police tape, the small backhoe, the forensic team sifting through dirt that had been undisturbed for decades. He didn't allow himself to hope for anything. The leather would have rotted, the elements would have destroyed it. It was a fool's errand. The call came 3 days later, late in the evening. It was Anya again, and she was crying. It took Ben a moment to realize they were tears of stunned, disbelieving joy. They found it, she choked out. Not the glove, a plastic bag, the kind you'd get from a grocery store in the 80s, wrapped tight. Inside was the other glove, and inside the glove was a Zippo lighter. It was monogrammed. The initials are FD. Ben sat down heavily, the world tilting on its axis. The nice gloves had been a pair. Durning, in his arrogance, had kept a trophy, a memento of his perfect crime. And then, in a moment of cold practicality, he had ordered his broken soldier to dispose of it. Samuel, in his literal-minded way, had hidden it in the one place Durning would never think to look, the very property he had coveted. He had followed his general's order to the letter, sealing the evidence away for a future he could never have imagined. It was over. The whisper had become a shout, and the shout had shaken a lighter from a glove hidden in the earth for 30 years. The arrest of Frank Durning the following morning was a national event. Ben watched the footage on a news site, the old man looking frail and confused in a crisp suit, his lawyers flanking him as he was perp-walked into the county courthouse. The narrative was complete. Ben turned off the screen. He felt a profound emptiness. The chase was over. The puzzle was solved. He thought of driving back to Blackwater Bend one last time, but he knew there was nothing there for him. The story had ended in a courtroom, but its true end was in a small, antiseptic room with a broken man who remembered the feel of a candy and the sight of nice gloves. He opened a new document on his computer. He began to type, not an article, not an anonymous post, but a letter. He addressed it to Leo Jenner. He didn't know if Leo would ever read it or if he would understand it if he did. He wrote about the mailbox, the lighter, the arrest. He wrote that the world knew the truth now. He wrote that he was sorry for everything. It was the only thing left to do. The story was told. Now all that remained was the silence that comes after. The letter to Leo felt inadequate, the words flat and lifeless on the page. He printed it, sealed it in an envelope, and left it on his desk, a monument to his own powerlessness in the face of real human suffering. The silence in his apartment was no longer peaceful. It was the silence of a vacuum, the quiet after a storm has passed and left only wreckage. He tried to return to his old life, to find another story to chase, but his heart wasn't in it. Every potential lead felt trivial, every assignment a hollow exercise. He was a man who had stared into an abyss, and the abyss had gifted him a terrible, resonant truth. Everything else was just noise. A few days later, his phone rang. It was Anya Sharma. Her voice was calm, but there was a new gravity in it. "Leo received your letter," she said. "I read it to him." Ben closed his eyes, bracing himself. And he listened. He didn't speak, but when I finished, he looked at me, and for a second, just a second, his eyes were clear. He said 2 words: "The sun." Ben felt a lump form in his throat. He thought of his own metaphor, his desperate hope of letting the sun hit the dirt of a shallow grave. It was a coincidence, surely, but it felt like an echo, a connection across the void. "The preliminary hearing for Durning is next week," Anya continued. "It's a formality. The evidence is overwhelming, but there's something else. The prosecutor wants to meet you. He knows you were the source of the document. He needs to understand the full chain of the investigation. Your anonymity is gone, at least to the officials on the case." Ben agreed. He drove to the county seat, a different town from Blackwater Bend, but the landscape was the same, rolling and green and indifferent. The meeting was in a stark, fluorescent-lit conference room. The prosecutor, a lean man with a tired face, was polite but direct. He walked Ben through every step, from the first tip to the discovery of the lighter. He confirmed what Ben had already guessed. The Zippo was a limited edition from a lodge Durning had belonged to, and his ownership was a matter of record. The case was a lock. As the meeting concluded, the prosecutor paused. "Durning's lawyers are pushing for a plea. No death penalty, life without parole. The family is considering it. It would spare everyone a long, painful trial." Ben nodded. It was the pragmatic, clinical end to the story. "The other reason I wanted to see you," the prosecutor said, his tone shifting, "is about Samuel Alder." He opened a folder. His sister is his legal guardian. With Durning's arrest and the new statements from the tape and the evidence, the petition to reopen the inquiry into his institutionalization has been fast-tracked. It seems his family never wanted him there. They were pressured by Durning, who threatened to have Samuel charged as an accessory if they didn't agree to have him declared unfit and put away. They were terrified and poor. They felt they had no choice. Ben absorbed this, another layer of the man's cruelty, so he could be released. He'll need intensive, lifelong care, of course, but it could be in a different facility, a better one, or even a group home, someplace where the world isn't a locked door. The prosecutor looked at Ben. You did that, however you did it, you gave him that. Ben drove home as dusk settled over the fields. He didn't feel like a hero. He felt like a man who had, through stubbornness and a refusal to look away, accidentally nudged a boulder that had been blocking a stream. The water was flowing again, finding its own course, and he was just standing on the bank, watching. He stopped at a lookout point overlooking the valley that held Blackwater Bend. The lights of the town were just beginning to twinkle in the gathering dark. He could just make out the dark patch of the Durning estate. It was still there. The man was in a cell, but his house remained, a monument to a fallen king. The world had not been remade. It had simply been corrected by 1 degree. It was enough. He started the car and drove toward the city lights, leaving the quiet, wounded land behind. He knew he would carry the weight of Blackwater Bend with him always, a scar on his soul. But for the first time, it did not feel like a wound. It felt like a compass. The story was over, but the remembering had just begun. And that, he understood now, was the real point of it all. Story 5. The chill came first, a sudden pocket of cold air in the stale warmth of my kitchen, a ghost that had just passed through. I stood there, a glass of amber liquid trembling in my hand, and knew someone had opened the back door. The problem was I had been standing in the same spot for the last 20 minutes, watching the ice cubes melt, and I had not moved. The door was closed now, but the cold lingered on my skin, a whisper of a presence that had come and gone. This was how my life was now, a series of blackouts punctuated by these sensory echoes, clues to a life I was living but not entirely present for. My days had a ritual, a sacrament of decay. Each afternoon I would board the 5:15 commuter train, not to go anywhere but to pass by the house on the cliff. It was a modern masterpiece of glass and steel, a jewel box perched above the relentless gray crash of the ocean, and inside were Hannah and Chandler. From my moving window they were figures in a perfect diorama. I saw her tending to the orchids on the terrace, a flash of white blonde hair, a graceful arc of an arm. I saw him, tall and solid, sometimes standing behind her, his hands on her shoulders, a gesture I interpreted as protective. They were the antidote to my own life, a life I had flushed down the toilet along with my marriage, my career, and most of my reliable memories. I called them the Shining Ones because in the gathering dusk, their house, with its walls of light, seemed to burn against the bruised Pacific sky. Then one Tuesday, Hannah was gone. The orchids began to wilt, their vibrant purples and pinks fading to a uniform brittle brown. The lights in the house burned at strange hours, and Chandler's silhouette, when it appeared, was a frantic, pacing thing. By Thursday, the police cars were there, their lights painting the glass house in brief, violent strokes of blue and red. I knew it before I read it in the paper. Hannah Rourke was missing. The detective was a man named Corrigan. He had the weary eyes of someone who had seen too many stories end badly. He came to my apartment, a place that smelled of spilled wine and regret, and I told him about the train, about my daily observation. I left out the part about the blackouts, the bottles I hid in the laundry hamper, the way my ex-husband Darius's voice still echoed in my head, telling me I was a mess, a liability, a ruin. Corrigan took notes, his pen scratching against the pad, a sound like insects in the drywall. He asked me if I had ever spoken to them. I had not. He asked me if I had seen anything unusual in the days leading up to her disappearance. My mind was a fog. I said no. But the truth is, I did not know. My memory was a Swiss cheese landscape, and the holes were growing larger, more frequent. I would wake up with the taste of copper in my mouth or with dirt under my fingernails and no recollection of how they got there. I began to have flashes, images that felt less like memories and more like scenes from a film I had walked into halfway through. Hannah's face, not serene as from the train, but contorted, shouting behind the soundproof glass. The weight of a shovel in my hands, the slick, cold feel of wet leaves against my cheek. I became obsessed. The investigation was a slow, grinding machine, and I was a piece of grit in its gears. I called Corrigan with tips, fragments that surfaced from my alcoholic haze. I told him about a dark car I thought I had seen idling near their house. I mentioned an argument I might have witnessed, a sharp, sudden movement behind a window. He was polite, but his skepticism was a physical presence on the other end of the line, a coldness that matched the chill from my kitchen. I was just the drunk from the train, an unreliable narrator in my own crumbling story. Need to understand pulled me out of my stupor. One evening, instead of taking the train, I drove my battered sedan up the winding road to the cliff. The house was dark, a monument to absence. I didn't know what I was looking for. A sign, a clue, some confirmation that the perfect world I had constructed for them was not just a lie I told myself to make my own life bearable. I crept around the side, the damp sea air clinging to my skin. Through a slit in the terrace curtains, I saw Chandler. He was not pacing. He was perfectly still, standing in the center of the vast living room, holding one of Hannah's silk scarves to his face. His shoulders were shaking. It was a performance of grief so raw and perfect that it felt more staged than any of the happy tableaus I had ever witnessed. My investigation led me down a darker path into the ruins of my own past. I went to see Darius. He lived across town in a clean, bright colonial with his new wife, Esperanza. She answered the door, a vision of curated domesticity, smelling of lemons and expensive hand cream. She was everything I had failed to be. Solid, sane, whole. Darius appeared behind her, his face a mask of cautious concern. "Deanna," he said, and my name in his mouth was a diagnosis. He led me to his study, a room of leather and order, a world away from my own chaos. I asked him, my voice trembling, if he knew anything about Hannah Rourke. His company had done some financial work for Chandler's firm. A strange look passed over his face, a flicker of something I could not name. Annoyance, fear. "You need to stay out of this, Deanna," he said, his voice low and firm. "You ray not well. This obsession it is not healthy." He spoke to me like I was a child, a patient. And for a moment I believed him. Maybe I was just a crazy drunk, seeing patterns in the static of my own life. But then the memories started to return, not as flashes, but as a slow, terrible tide. It was the smell of Chandler's cologne that did it, the same scent that had clung to the air in my kitchen on the night of the chill. I was in a liquor store reaching for my usual poison when a man brushed past me, and it was there, that specific blend of sandalwood and ozone, and the world dropped away. I was not in the store, I was in my kitchen. The back door was open. Chandler was standing there, his face haggard, his knuckles raw. "You have to help me," he had said, his voice cracking. "You ray the only one who sees, you ray the only one who watches." He told me Hannah was unstable, that she had run away before, that she was having an affair. He said he was afraid she would do something drastic. He needed someone to vouch for his character, someone to tell the police that their marriage wasn't the perfect thing it seemed. He had come to me because I was the witness on the train. He had seen me watching. He knew I would understand obsession. And I had helped him. In my drunken, fractured state, I had agreed. I had let him into my life. The blackouts that followed were not empty. They were filled with Chandler. We had met in shadowy bars. He had fed me lies and I had swallowed them like medicine. He had given me a key, asked me to check on the house, to look for anything that might hint at Hannah's infidelity. I had, in one of those blackouts, taken a shovel from their garden shed. The weight of it in my hands was now a real memory. I confronted him. I went to the glass house in the full light of day, my heart a frantic bird against my ribs. He let me in, his expression unreadable. The house was a tomb. I told him I remembered. I told him he had used me. He didn't deny it. He just smiled, a slow, cold smile that did not reach his eyes. "You were so easy, Deanna," he said, his voice soft. A lonely, broken woman, desperate to be part of a story, any story. You wanted my life to be perfect, so yours wouldn't feel so worthless. I just gave you the role you craved. And then he told me the rest. Hannah had discovered his affair, not with some anonymous woman, but with Esperanza, my ex-husband's pristine new wife. Hannah had threatened to expose them, to ruin Darius, to take everything from the perfect life they had all built together. Chandler, Darius, and Esperanza. They were a triangle of deceit, and Hannah was the loose thread. "Where is she?" I asked, my voice a dry leaf. "Where you put her," he said. The world tilted. I saw it then not as a flash, but as a full, horrifying memory. The three of them, Chandler, Darius, even Esperanza, standing in my living room. They had come to me not on separate nights, but together. They had found my journals, my detailed, drunken accounts of watching the Shining Ones. They knew I was unstable, a liability. They had a plan. They needed my help to make Hannah's disappearance look like something else. An abduction, a flight. They had plied me with drink, fed me a story about Hannah being in trouble, about needing to stage a scene. And I, in my profound need to be needed, to be inside the beautiful diorama, had agreed. I had driven the car. I had helped dig the hole in the rain-soaked earth of the state park, the cold mud seeping through my clothes. I had done it all in a vodka-soaked haze, a sleepwalker following orders. I had buried her. I had buried Hannah. I stumbled out of the glass house and into the police station. I poured out the whole story to Corrigan, the words tumbling over each other, a confession and an accusation. I told him about the affair, the conspiracy, the grave in the woods. He listened, his face a granite mask. When I was done, he leaned back in his chair. "MS. Thorne," he said, his voice impossibly calm. "We exhumed a body from the state park 2 days ago. A hiker found it. It was Hannah Rourke." A wave of relief so powerful it felt like nausea washed over me. They would believe me now. Then he spoke again. "The only set of fingerprints on the shovel we found buried with her were yours. Your car's GPS places it there on the night she disappeared. And we have a witness who saw your vehicle leaving the area." He paused, letting the words hang in the air. "We've also spoken extensively with Mr. Rourke and your ex-husband, Mr. Vane. They both stated they were deeply concerned about your obsession with Mrs. Rourke. They told us they had tried to intervene to get you help. They said you were becoming increasingly unstable, making threats." I stared at him, my mouth agape. The perfect crime. They had not just used me to help them. They had used me to be them. They had woven my instability, my alcoholism, my obsession into the very fabric of their alibi. They had handed the police the perfect culprit on a silver platter, me. The ending was not clean. There was no dramatic arrest, no climactic showdown. The case was a mess of circumstantial evidence and my own profound unreliability. The DA lacked the confidence to prosecute. Chandler sold the glass house and moved away. Darius and Esperanza still live in their lemon-scented colonial. They are all free. And I am here in this apartment that still smells of failure. I am the woman who may or may not have killed the woman she watched from a train. The investigation dissolved like salt in water, leaving no clear shape behind, only a bitter taste. Sometimes, in the dead of night, I feel that chill again, the ghost of a door opening. I don't know if it's the memory of Chandler walking in, or the premonition of the police finally coming for me, or just the simple, empty cold of a life lived in the margins of other people's stories. I watch the trains go by in the distance, their lights like a string of fading pearls in the dark, and I can no longer tell if I am the witness, the victim, or the monster. The mystery never echoes loudly. It just is a quiet, permanent hum in the background of everything, the one true thing I have left. The silence in the apartment is different now. It is no longer just the absence of sound, but a presence itself, a patient listener waiting for me to make a sound it can absorb. I don't take the train anymore. The tracks were a line I followed, a path through the chaos, but now they just lead back to the hole in the woods, a place I can only half remember digging. I started a new ritual. Every day I walked to the public library and read the old newspapers on microfilm. I traced the timeline of her disappearance, of the investigation, of my own implied guilt. I am building a case, not for the police, but for myself. I need to find the seam in their story, the one loose thread they missed. I find a small article buried in the business section from a year before Hannah vanished. It details a merger Chandler S. firm brokered with the help of Darius S. Company. The photograph shows the four of them at a signing ceremony. Chandler beaming, Darius looking smug, Esperanza standing slightly apart, her smile not quite reaching her eyes, and Hannah, her hand on Chandler S. arm, her expression unreadable, a glint of something hard in her gaze. She knew, she must have known even then. Another memory surfaces, not of that night, but of a different one. Darius in my kitchen, before the new wife, before the fall. He was angry, his face flushed with a quiet, dangerous rage. "You never see the whole board, Deanna," he had hissed. "You only see the pieces you want to see. It makes you easy to move." I had thought he was talking about a chess game, about my poor strategy. Now I know he was talking about life. I found a box of my old things in a storage unit, things Darius had packed away for me. Beneath a stack of faded sweaters was a small, framed photograph of Hannah and me. We were at a charity gala, arms linked, laughing. I had no memory of it, none at all. The date on the back was just 6 months before she died. We had known each other. Not well, perhaps, but we had shared a room, a drink, a moment. Chandler had erased that. He had carefully curated my ignorance, making sure I was only ever the watcher on the train, never a player from the past. I showed the picture to Corrigan. He had retired now, his weariness finally having consumed his career. He met me in a diner, his hands wrapped around a coffee mug. He looked at the photo for a long time, then back at me. "It doesn't change anything, Deanna," he said, his voice gentle but firm. "It just makes it sadder." He was right, it didn't prove my innocence. It only proved how thoroughly I had been manipulated, how my own mind had been used as the primary weapon against me. I am not a detective solving a crime. I am an archaeologist of my own ruin, digging through the layers of lies other people built over the truth of who I am. Sometimes I see Esperanza at the Farmer-S market. She doesn't see me. She moves from stall to stall, selecting perfect fruit, her basket neat and orderly. She looks content. She has the life she wanted, the life she helped take another woman-S for. I don't feel anger when I see her. I feel a cold, distant pity. She's living in a house built on a grave, and she has to look at Darius every day and know what they are both capable of. The mystery is no longer who killed Hannah Rourke. I know the answer to that. The mystery is who I am now. The woman who was framed, or the woman who was capable of being framed. The victim or the fool. There is no closure, no moment of vindication. There is only the slow, continuous process of remembering and forgetting, of sifting through the echoes of a life that was never entirely my own. The chill still comes, but now I welcome it. It is the feeling of a door being opened, not to let someone in, but to let something out. The truth is in here with me, not out there. And it is a quiet, patient, lifelong companion. I take the photograph of Hannah and me and I place it on the mantel, a small, defiant act. It is the only personal thing in the room. I look at it every day, trying to force the memory of that gala to the surface. Sometimes I think I can almost hear the clink of glasses, the murmur of a crowd, the specific timbre of her laugh. But it never fully forms. It remains a ghost, just like her. My walks to the library continue. I have expanded my research beyond the newspapers. I read books on memory, on trauma, on the psychology of coercion. I am trying to build a model of my own mind, to understand how the blackouts could have been so complete, how my will could have been so utterly dismantled. The answer is always the same. I was the perfect candidate, lonely, addicted, and desperate for a narrative that didn't end with me alone in this apartment. One rainy Tuesday, I am in the library's periodicals section, and I see him, Darius. He is standing by the new releases, holding a book on investment strategies. He hasn't seen me. For a long minute, I just watch him. He is older, his hair thinner at the crown, but he still carries himself with that same air of unshakable certainty. He believes his own story. That is his greatest strength and his most profound weakness. I do not approach him, I do not say a word. I simply stand and I watch. I let him feel it. His head turns slowly, his eyes scanning the room until they land on me. There is no surprise, no guilt, no anger. There is nothing but a flat, cold assessment. He looks at me as if I am a piece of data that has inconveniently reappeared. He gives a slight, almost imperceptible nod, then turns and walks away, placing the book back on the shelf without a second glance. That night the chill is stronger than ever. It feels like winter has arrived early, settling deep into my bones. I wrap a blanket around my shoulders and sit in the dark, watching the headlights of cars paint moving stripes on the ceiling. I think about Darius's look. It was not the look of a man haunted by a murder. It was the look of a man who had solved a problem. I was the problem, and in his mind I had been adequately managed. The next morning I receive a package. It is a plain, brown cardboard box with no return address. Inside, nestled in white packing paper, is a single orchid. It is a vibrant, impossible purple, the same shade that grew on Hannah's terrace. There is no note. It is a message from a ghost or from a monster who remembers the set dressing of his crime. It is a taunt and a reminder, a sign that I am still being watched, that my quiet penance is not entirely my own. I do not throw the orchid away. I place it on the windowsill next to the photograph. I water it. I tend to it. I let its alien beauty fill the room. They think they left me in the ruins of their story, a broken character to be forgot. But they are wrong. I am not a character. I am the narrator, and the story is not over. It is simply waiting for the next page to turn. The hum is no longer just in the background. It is the sound of my own heart beating in the quiet, waiting for what comes next. The orchid is a clock. Its blooming is a silent countdown to something I cannot name. Its roots are pale and tangled in the clear pot, a visible echo of the mess inside my own head. I find myself talking to it, to the photograph, to the empty air. I am rehearsing. The words I should have said to Corrigan, the accusations I should have hurled at Darius in the library, the truth I should have screamed from the cliffside into the indifferent sea. My research shifts. I am no longer looking for proof of what they did. I am looking for a pattern, a precedent. How do you prosecute a crime where the only weapon was a person? I find nothing. The law deals in facts, in fingerprints and GPS coordinates. It has no language for the theft of a mind. A week after the orchid arrives, a letter comes. It is from a law firm I do not recognize. It states that a small, anonymous trust has been established to cover my living expenses. It is not enough to be lavish, but it is enough to be free, to not have to work, to be kept. The wording is sterile, legal, but the meaning is clear. It is a payment, hush money wrapped in the guise of charity. It is Darius or Chandler from afar, ensuring my continued silence, my comfortable containment. They are building me a nicer cage. I cash the first check. I use it to buy a new desk and a high-powered lamp. I move the orchid in the photograph to its surface. This is my work now. This is my purpose. I begin to write, not the drunken, sprawling journals of before, but a clean, precise account. I write down every memory, every half-remembered word, every flicker of expression on Chandler's face, every cold glance from Darius. I document the arrival of the orchid, the contents of the letter. I am building a dossier. Not for the police and not even for the public. It is for the record. It is so that one day, when I am gone, someone might find this and know that I was not just the monster in their story. I was a witness to my own destruction. The writing is a kind of exorcism. The more I commit to paper, the clearer the memories become. I remember Esperanza's hands, perfectly manicured, handing me a glass of water in my kitchen. Her voice had been soft, soothing. It is for the best, Deanna. She is not well. You are helping her. And I, in my desperate need to be helpful, to be good, had believed her. I had believed that burying a woman in the cold ground was an act of mercy. One afternoon, the doorbell rings. It is not the police. It is a young woman, her face sharp and intelligent, with a digital recorder in her hand. She introduces herself as Lena Petrova, a journalism student from the university. She is working on her thesis about unresolved local crimes and the role of public perception. She has read all the old articles. She wants to hear my side of the story. I almost shut the door, but I look past her to the mantel, to the photograph of Hannah and me laughing. I let her in. I offer her tea. I do not tell her everything, not at first. I test the waters. I show her the photograph. I watch her eyes widen as she makes the connection the police never cared to make. She sees it not as a piece of evidence, but as a story of friendship, betrayal, and a conspiracy that was hiding in plain sight. She leaves hours later, her recorder full, her notebook crammed with scribbles. She promises discretion, she promises nothing. But as she goes, she looks at me not with pity or suspicion, but with a fierce, bright curiosity. They underestimated you, she says simply. After she is gone, the apartment does not feel silent. It feels charged. The hum is different. It is the sound of a connection being made, a thread being thrown from my isolated world into another. The orchid on the windowsill seems to glow in the fading light. They thought they could pay me off and forget me. They thought my story was over. But a new chapter has begun, and for the first time I am not just the narrator. I am holding the pen. I did not hear from Lena for 3 weeks. The silence was a test. I passed it by continuing to write, filling page after page in a series of black, hardbound notebooks. The words were no longer a frantic confession, but a steady, deliberate testimony. I documented the weather, the quality of the light, the slow unfurling of a new leaf on the orchid. I was proving to myself that I was still a reliable witness to my own life. When she finally called, her voice was crisp with excitement, tempered with caution. She had done her own digging. She had found a former intern from Chandler's firm who remembered the tension, the whispered arguments behind closed doors. She had tracked down the hiker who found the body, a retired mailman named Frank, who told her something he'd never told the police. He said he'd seen a dark sedan parked at a trailhead a mile from the grave site on a different night, a week after Hannah's disappearance. He'd thought nothing of it until he saw the news. He described a sticker in the windshield, a logo for a private golf club, Darius' Club. It was nothing, it was a thread, it was everything. Lena and I began to meet in the park, away from my apartment with its ghosts and its gifted orchid. We were an unlikely pair, the disgraced middle-aged woman and the sharp-eyed student. We built a case out of whispers and omissions. We mapped the inconsistencies in their stories, the small coincidences of timing and location that the police had dismissed. We were building a castle out of sand, knowing the tide could come in at any moment. The tide came in the form of a certified letter. It was from Darius' lawyer. It accused me of harassment, of slander, of attempting to poison the well of public opinion against his client. It demanded I cease all contact with Lena Petrova and desist from spreading malicious falsehoods. Enclosed was a copy of a check from the anonymous trust, highlighted. The message was clear. We are paying for your silence, not your crusade. I showed the letter to Lena. She read it, her lips pressed into a thin line. "They ray scared," she said. "They ray annoyed," I corrected. "There's a difference." We did not stop, we became more careful. Our meetings moved to the back of a noisy, aromatic coffee roastery downtown. I felt a strange, new energy coursing through me. The fear was still there, a cold stone in my gut, but it was now joined by something else, something I had not felt in years: purpose. Lena's thesis evolved. It was no longer just about the crime, but about the architecture of impunity, how certain people are insulated not just by money, but by the presumption of their own integrity. She used pseudonyms, but the outlines were clear. She submitted it to a prestigious journal for narrative nonfiction. It was rejected, then it was rejected again. The third journal accepted it. The day the acceptance letter arrived, Lena came to my apartment. She was vibrating with a contained triumph. We sat at my new desk, the orchid between us like a silent co-conspirator. "This is just the beginning," she said. "This gets it into the world. It gets people asking questions." I looked at the photograph of Hannah and me. The glint in her eye no longer looked hard to me. It looked knowing. She had seen the cracks in the diorama long before I had. I finally understood that my obsession with her had not been a random madness. It had been a buried memory, a truth my subconscious was trying to surface. I had not been watching a stranger. I had been trying to remember a friend. The article is set to be published in the fall. I do not know what will happen, perhaps nothing, perhaps everything. Darius and Esperanza still live in their lemon-scented house. Chandler is a ghost in another city, and I am still here. But the hum is no longer a passive sound. It is the vibration of a story waiting to be heard, a string pulled taut, ready to snap. I am no longer just waiting for the police, or for vindication, or for an ending. I am waiting for the echo to finally find a wall to bounce off of. I water the orchid. I write in my notebooks. I wait. The waiting is its own kind of weather. It settles over the city, a low-pressure system of anticipation. I find myself watching the people on the street with a new curiosity, wondering which of them carries a similar silent weight. Lena's article is a pebble we have thrown into a deep, still pond, and we are waiting for the ripples to reach the shore. I take a different route to the library now, one that passes the courthouse. I stand on the steps sometimes, just for a moment, feeling the cool stone through the soles of my shoes. It is not a place of hope for me, not anymore. It is a place of structure, of rules, and I understand now that my battle exists outside its walls. My evidence is written in the language of memory and implication, inadmissible in any court but the one of public conscience. One afternoon, a man in a rumpled suit approaches me. He has a kind, tired face and introduces himself as Ben Mitchell, a producer for a true crime podcast. He has read Lena's article. He wants to tell the story in a different way to reach a different audience. He speaks of soundscapes and narrative arcs, of giving a voice to the voiceless. I am wary. I have been a character in someone else's story for too long. But I agree to meet him for coffee. He does not push. He listens. He asks questions about the train, about the quality of the light at that time of day, about the sound of the wheels on the tracks. He is not interested in proving my innocence, he says. He is interested in exploring the shape of the truth. It is a subtle but important distinction. It feels like collaboration, not exploitation. We begin recording. At first, my voice is a dry, rustling thing, but as I speak into the small, fuzzy microphone, it finds its strength. I talk about the chill. I describe the exact purple of the orchid. I read from my notebooks. Ben's eyes are wide, not with pity, but with the thrill of a story well told. He understands that the mystery is not just what happened to Hannah, but what happened to me. The first episode airs. It is called The Woman on the Train. It uses the sound of a distant train whistle as its theme. I listen to it alone in my apartment, my heart hammering against my ribs. Hearing my own voice, so steady and sure, is a surreal experience. It is as if another woman is speaking, a woman I am only just getting to know. A few days later, a second package arrives. This one is heavier. Inside is a book, a thick, leather-bound volume. It is a collection of botanical illustrations. There is no note, but a single page is marked with a silk ribbon. It depicts an orchid of the same impossible purple, its Latin name printed in elegant script below. The description details its native habitat, its growing conditions. And then a final, chilling line, known for its deceptive beauty and its tendency to choke out native species. The message is not a taunt this time. It is a warning. They are telling me I am the invasive species, the weed in their perfectly manicured world. I am the thing that needs to be removed. I take the book and I place it on my desk next to the living orchid. I open it to the marked page and leave it there. Let them see that I am not hiding their threats. I am displaying them. I am cataloging their every move. Lena calls, her voice buzzing with a new energy. People are talking. The podcast is being downloaded in numbers Ben only dreamed of. The comments, she says, are a mix of outrage and support. Some people call me a hero. Others call me a brilliant liar. But no one is calling me forgettable. No one is ignoring me anymore. I walk to the window and look down at the street. For a moment, I think I see a dark sedan idling at the corner, but it pulls away and is gone. The chill is there, but it is no longer a shiver of fear. It is a current of clarity. They thought they could bury me with Hannah, that my story would end in that hole in the woods, but stories are like roots. They grow in the dark, they push through the weight of the earth, and eventually they break the surface to find the light. I am that story. And I am just beginning to break through. The clarity is a weapon. I sharpen it every morning with the ritual of coffee and writing. The podcast episodes continue to release, each one a brick in a path leading back to that cliffside. Ben Mitchell's calm voice weaves my testimony with sound design, the clatter of a train car, the haunting cry of a gull. He interviews Lena, who speaks with academic precision about psychological coercion. He even tracks down the retired mailman, Frank, who nervously confirms his story about the sedan on the air. The response is a wave, and it begins to crest in unexpected places. An email arrives from a woman in another state. She writes that her sister vanished years ago after becoming entangled with a powerful family. Her story is different, yet the patterns feel the same. The isolation, the financial control, the gradual erasure. I write her back. I tell her I believe her. The act feels sacred. Then a formal-looking envelope arrives, not from a lawyer, but from the district attorney's office. It is a request for an interview. They are not reopening the case, the letter carefully states, but they are reviewing new information that has come to their attention. It is a bureaucratic half-step, but it is a step. Lena comes over, and we read the letter together 3 times, dissecting every word. They ray covering their backs, she says, but they ray looking. The day before my scheduled interview, I go for a walk. I end up at the botanical gardens in the greenhouse where the air is thick and warm. I stand before a display of orchids, a riot of color and strange alien shapes. I think about the book, about being called an invasive species. But here, in this controlled environment, every plant is from somewhere else. They are all survivors, adapting to a world they were not born into. They are not choking each other out. They are simply existing, fiercely and beautifully, in the space they have found. When I return to my apartment building, Esperanza is waiting in the lobby. She is leaning against the mailboxes, elegant and out of place. She looks older, the lines around her mouth deeper than I remember. For a long moment, we just look at each other. The hum in the air is deafening. She speaks first, her voice low and strained. "Deanna, you need to stop this." I don't answer, I just wait. "You think you ray seeking the truth," she says, her composure cracking at the edges. "You ray just creating more pain for everyone. Hannah was sick, she was unstable. What happened was a tragedy, not a conspiracy." I finally find my voice. It is quiet, but it does not waver. "You used me, Esperanza. You knew I was lost, and you used me to clean up your mess." A flicker of something raw crosses her face. It isn't guilt, it is fear. You have no idea what you ray playing with. These people, they don't lose. They already lost, I say. They lost the moment they decided I was disposable. She stares at me, and I see the calculation in her eyes, the same cold assessment I saw in Darius at the library. But this time I am not a problem to be managed. I am a fact. I am the consequence. She turns without another word and walks out into the evening. I ride the elevator up to my floor. My hands are steady. Inside my apartment, the orchid on the windowsill has a new bud, a tight green fist preparing to unfurl. I look at the photograph of Hannah and me. I am no longer just the narrator of this story. I have become the architect, and tomorrow I will walk into the district attorney's office and lay the first stone of a new foundation. The interview room is small and smells of stale coffee and lemon-scented cleaner. The fluorescent light buzzes overhead, a sterile imitation of the hum in my own apartment. 2 people sit across from me, a middle-aged detective with a weary posture and a younger, sharply dressed woman from the DA's office. They are polite, professional, and deeply skeptical. They have a file on the table between us, thick with the old, official version of my life. I begin not with Hannah's death, but with her life. I describe the way she laughed, a sound that could cut through any crowd. I talk about the small, hidden scar on her left hand from a childhood accident. I tell them about the train, not as a place of obsession, but as a place of memory. I describe the exact shade of her coat, the way she would tuck a stray piece of hair behind her ear, the book of poetry I saw in her bag. I make her real for them again. The woman from the DA's office, Ms. Goodwin, listens with her chin resting on her steepled fingers. When I finish, she asks the question I knew was coming. "Ms. Wilson, the original investigation found no evidence of a connection between you and Hannah Graves. Your insistence that you were friends is unsubstantiated." I open my bag and take out a single sheet of paper, a photocopy. It is a page from my journal, dated 2 years before Hannah's death. It describes a picnic, Hannah and I, a bottle of wine, and a conversation about our deepest fears. Hers was being forgotten. Mine was being complicit. I slide it across the table. The detective picks it up. His eyes scanned the page. "This is your handwriting." "It is. The original is in a safety deposit box, along with the others." "This is the new foundation, not a wild accusation, but a documented history." Lena and I had spent weeks reconstructing a timeline, cross-referencing my journals with public records of Hannah's life. We found the name of the park where that picnic happened. We found a credit card receipt for the wine. Small, insignificant details that, when woven together, formed a cable of truth strong enough to hold weight. Ms. Goodwin's expression does not change, but I see a new alertness in her eyes. The story they had built of me, the lonely, unstable voyeur, is developing a crack. And the financial trust, she asks, the checks you've been cashing, why would they pay you if you were merely a friend? "Because I wasn't just a friend," I say, my voice clear in the small room. "I was a witness. I was there when Esperanza Lynn gave me the final instruction. I was the one who dug the grave. The money isn't charity. It is a retainer for my continued role as the silent, guilty party in their narrative." I leave the office an hour later. The sky outside is a pale, washed-out blue. I feel emptied out, scoured clean. They did not make any promises. They did not arrest anyone, but they took the photocopied journal page. They took the details about the sedan and the golf club logo. They took the name of the botanical book and its threatening inscription. They accepted the copies of the certified letters from Darius' lawyer. I walk home slowly, feeling the sun on my face. The cage they built for me is still there, but the door is hanging open. I am not waiting for an echo anymore. I have become the sound. When I unlock my apartment door, the first thing I see is the orchid. The green bud has begun to split, revealing a sliver of that impossible, defiant purple inside. It is not choking anything. It is simply beginning to bloom. The bloom opened over the next 2 days, a slow, deliberate unfurling. The purple was even more vibrant than I remembered, a deep, velvety shade that seemed to swallow the light from the window. It was a quiet act of rebellion. I found myself talking to it, a one-sided conversation about the weather, the news, the stubbornness of the DA's office. It was a better listener than most people I had known. Lena was my barometer for the outside world. She tracked the online chatter, the reviews for the podcast, the subtle shifts in the digital atmosphere. The story was no longer just ours. It was being dissected in comment sections and on social media. A former colleague of Chandler S. posted a vague, troubling anecdote about his temper. A landscaper who had worked on Darius' estate came forward on a forum, describing the intense secrecy and the odd midnight digging of a new septic system in a remote corner of the property the week after Hannah vanished. It was hearsay. It was fuel. Ben Mitchell called, his voice crackling with a new urgency. He had received an anonymous tip, a voice message from a blocked number. A woman's voice, shaky and blurred by what sounded like traffic, said only, "Check the foundation permits for the Lynn property, 2018. The dates are wrong." Then the line went dead. We didn't know what it meant, but it was a direction. Lena, with her digital sleuthing skills, found the public records. The permit for a new garden wall was dated 3 weeks after Hannah's body was found. The work was described as minor, a cosmetic addition, but the anonymous caller was right. The dates were wrong. The initial police report noted that the ground where Hannah was buried had been recently, but not freshly, disturbed. A garden wall project would explain that. It would provide a perfect cover for digging in a specific, isolated spot. It was another thread, thin but strong. We added it to our map, which was now a sprawling, chaotic thing taped to my living room wall, a constellation of push pins and red string. We were no longer just building a case. We were building a world, a shadow version of events that was becoming more real and more solid than the official one. A week after my interview, a different kind of letter arrived. It was from the trust. The language was formal, but the intent was brutal. Due to a reassessment of the fund's charitable goals, my monthly disbursements were being terminated, effective immediately. The final check was enclosed. It was the last piece of the puzzle falling into place. They were cutting me off. They were proving my point for me. The money had always been a leash, and now that I was pulling against it, they were letting go, hoping I would stumble. I did not stumble. I took the final check and I framed it. I hung it on the wall next to our map, a testament to their arrogance. Let them see that their money no longer had power here. Its only value was as evidence. That night the phone rang. It was late. The sound was jarring in the quiet apartment. I picked it up, my heart a frantic bird against my ribs. There was a long silence on the other end, filled only with the sound of someone breathing. Then a voice I had only ever heard in podcasts and my own memory spoke. It was Chandler. He sounded ruined. "You have to stop," he whispered, the words slurred and thick. "You have to stop, or he going to bury you. He going to bury us all." "Who Chandler?" I asked, my own voice calm, a stark contrast to his. "Who is he going to bury?" But the line went dead, leaving only the dial tone, a flat, empty sound that was more terrifying than any threat. He had reached out. The first crack in their wall had appeared, and it had come from the inside. I looked at the orchid, its purple bloom glowing in the dim room. The tide was not just coming in. It was beginning to turn. The silence after Chandler's call was heavier than any noise. I held the phone for a long time, the dial tone droning in my ear like a trapped insect. He had broken. The golden sun, the perfect air, was cracking under the weight of a story he could no longer control. His call was not an apology. It was a confession of fear. He was afraid of Darius. I did not call Lena or Ben, not yet. This felt too fragile, a secret I needed to hold for a moment before releasing it into the world. I sat in the dark and watched the city lights, thinking about the architecture of a family, the load-bearing walls of silence and loyalty. Chandler's call was a structural fault. It wouldn't bring the whole thing down, but it would make the whole structure unsafe to live in. The next morning I went to the library. I didn't look for books on law or psychology. I went to the periodicals section and pulled the microfilm for the local society pages from 20 years ago. I scrolled through blurry photos of galas and charity auctions, looking for a younger Darius for Esperanza. I found them over and over, his hand always possessive on her arm, her smile never quite reaching her eyes. And then I found a smaller photo, tucked away in a column about a museum opening. It was Darius, his head bent in conversation with a man I didn't recognize. The caption listed the other man as a city planning official. The date was 6 months before the permit for the garden wall was filed. It was a connection, tenuous as a spider's web, but it was there. It suggested a relationship, a potential for influence. It was another piece of the world we were building. Ben aired the episode about the foundation permit 2 days later. He played the anonymous tip, the woman's distorted voice a ghost in the narrative. He did not accuse, he simply laid out the facts, the discrepancy in the dates, the police report's note about the disturbed earth. He ended the episode with a question. What was built on the Lynn property in the autumn of that year? And what, if anything, was buried before the foundation was poured? The response was immediate. The story was now a hydra. For every head we presented, 2 more questions grew. Online forums lit up with amateur investigators overlaying satellite images of the property. A local news station, previously silent, ran a short segment questioning the original investigation's thoroughness. The pressure was no longer just a moral force. It was becoming a tangible, legal one. I was buying groceries when my phone vibrated. It was an unknown number. I answered, expecting another reporter. "It's me." The voice was Chandler's again, but clearer now, stripped of the drunken slur and filled with a desperate, raw energy. "We need to talk, not on the phone." "Where?" I asked, my cart frozen in the middle of the cereal aisle. "There's a diner, the Skyline on Route 9. It's always empty. 1 hour." He hung up. My first instinct was to call Lena. My second was to call the police. My third, the one I listened to, was to go. This was the source of the echo. This was the man at the center of the storm. I left my cart where it was and walked out of the store. The Skyline Diner was a relic, its chrome siding dull under the gray sky. I saw his car first, a sleek, expensive sedan parked at the far end of the lot, trying and failing to be inconspicuous. He was sitting in a booth in the back, a cup of black coffee steaming in front of him. He looked like he hadn't slept in a week. I slid into the booth across from him. We looked at each other, the two characters from the story, finally meeting in the real world. He spoke first, his voice low and rushed. You have to understand, he never meant for any of it to happen. Hannah, she was going to leave. She was going to take everything public. The money, the arrangements, it would have ruined him. Ruin is better than prison, I said quietly. He flinched. It wasn't like that. It was an accident, a fight. She fell. His eyes were pleading, willing me to believe a version that absolved him of murder. He panicked. He called Esperanza. She called you. She said you were pliable, that you would be the perfect fall guy because your story was so unbelievable. The word hung in the air between us. Pliable. It was truer than he knew. So he killed her and you helped him cover it up, I stated, the words simple and stark. I didn't know the words burst out of him, too loud for the quiet diner. He lowered his voice to a harsh whisper. Not at first. He told me she was gone, that she'd left. He said we needed to protect the family name. By the time I realized what had really happened, I was in too deep. We all were. He was giving me the justification, the narrative of a son trapped by his father's crime. But I saw the fear in his eyes, and I knew it wasn't just fear of his father. It was fear of me. I was the pliable one who had stopped bending. I was the quiet one who had started to speak. What do you want from me, Chandler? I want you to stop, he said, his voice cracking. He's making plans. He's not going to wait for the DA. He has contingencies for everything. If you don't stop, he'll make you disappear, for real this time. I looked at his hands, clenched white around his coffee cup. He was not just warning me. He was begging me to save myself so that he wouldn't have to live with what happened next. He was a part of the machine, but he lacked the cold, ruthless engine of his father. I stood up, the vinyl seat sighed in relief. You have a choice, Chandler. You can wait for your father's plan to unfold, or you can make your own. The story is out. It can't be put back in. The only thing left to decide is what part you play in the ending. I walked out of the diner, leaving him sitting there. I didn't look back. The wind had picked up, and it felt clean against my skin. He had given me the final piece, a motive, not a premeditated murder, but a catastrophic accident born of anger and fear, followed by a cold, calculated cover-up, a story as old as power itself. I got into my car and started the engine. I knew what I had to do. I had to give his fear a name and a destination. It was time to call Ms. Goodwin at the district attorney's office. I had a new statement to make.